Okay, Mayor, when you're ready, we are ready to start recording.
I don't think I'm in the danger zone. I don't need that safety vest, right? Okay. We got the thumbs up from IT. We're ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the City Council special meeting, Surplus Property Authority special meeting, and Port Hueneme Housing Authority special meeting. Today's meeting is a community budget workshop, and I'm calling this meeting to order. This meeting will be conducted via Zoom. The public has been noticed with the normal public announcement, and we'll begin with the flag salute. If you could all please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take roll call, please?
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez? Is absent for the record. Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes. Here.
Here. Madam Clerk, do we have any general public comments?
No, sir. We received no public comments for this meeting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Well, yes?
No, sir. There were no public comments for this meeting.
Okay, we're going to go to item number 1, intra-department budget transfer authority. Will staff please present this report? And I believe our interim finance director, Ms. Kiru, will be presenting.
Good morning, Mayor, Council and board members, and community members. Staff recommends that Council and the board adopt a resolution amending the approval process and authority to transfer interdepartmental funds. By way of background, departments are expected to monitor their approved budgets throughout the year and make expenditure projections and decisions accordingly. It is recognized that circumstances may arise which cause the need for overexpending one line item and underexpending another. Based on these various circumstances, transfers have been made within operational line items. However, transfers between personnel, operations, and capital account series has generally occurred with council approval. Currently, a budget change form is utilized when a transfer of appropriations is requested, which will continue. However, the following approval authorizations are now recommended to provide appropriate expenditure control and proper accounting. The first scenario, there are 3, transfers between funds and transfers between departments. City Council approval is required. City Manager is authorized to approve transfers from the City Manager's account to any department. The current process would require Council approval. The recommended change is that any department and the Finance Department will verify that appropriations are accurate as presented for the City Manager's contingency account. Transfers between divisions of a department. For instance, if the Police Department and the Patrol Division was to transfer part-time monies, he could do so to another division, part-time services. The current process would remain intact. No change is recommended. The last category is transfers between personnel, maintenance, and capital of a department division. City Manager approval is required. A change to the current process is presented herein. Basically, this transfer is needed due to the unexpected separation of an employee. For instance, services of a consultant may be necessary until the full-time position is filled. These types of transfers can be processed provided that it is clearly demonstrated that sufficient funds are not available within the account for which the transfer is requested, demonstrate that the series which will be transferring the appropriation can absorb the transfer amount, and the addition of capital assets has occurred as budgeted. The current process requires council approval. The recommended change is that the department head can initiate the transfer, The finance director will verify that appropriations are accurate as presented, and the city manager will authorize. There is no financial impact based on the approval of this report. If council or board members have any questions, I'd be more than glad to address them. Thank you.
I think in previous year's budget, we would do a mid-year budget evaluation and we would be given a list of all the needed inter-agency budget item transfers. Are we not going to do that anymore?
We could certainly provide a listing of the transfers that have occurred, but this basically enables transfers to happen during the year, and it holds departments accountable. For instance, right now, in salaries, there was a savings for the finance director vacancy. It would be appropriate to transfer funds from salaries to part-time wages, and basically the departments would be more held accountable to stay within those budget line items rather than say, oh, there's savings in a different line item. It's basically putting them back and holding them accountable for their amounts that are within each individual line item. So we
Right,
could certainly still do that. It just allows them to monitor it on a monthly basis.
I understand, but my concern is that we're a public agency and transparency comes to mind. So how would the council be made aware of let's just say a crazy example, a department overspent their budget by 100% for whatever reason. How would the council become aware of these transfers?
Well, a department should not be going over by any dollar amount. Basically,
I know, it's a crazy example just to illustrate a point.
Well, we would issue, the finance department, we are set up right now to issue monthly reports. We started that. We issued the monthly report for April, May, and we did a preliminary for June. Going forward, the finance department will issue monthly reports. We already have the report set up for the closing of June, the closing for July. Council will certainly receive those reports as well. We will hold departments accountable for their budgets on a monthly basis. And council will have that report as well.
Yeah, and again, I know I'm probably going to be the only one here, but we haven't been apprised very much of what's going on with the budget between mid-year until today. I mean, I'm just trying to understand how the council is going to be kept in the loop.
It is my expectation that the finance department will be issuing monthly reports by the 5th workday of the following month, that the department will issue quarterly updates to council on the budget. That will be something that the finance department will be working for. The very first quarter will happen through the month of September, and that should happen in the month of October. So council should be kept apprised of where departments are on their budgets on a regular basis.
But we haven't been.
Well, I can speak to my tenure here as the finance director. I'm not familiar with what had happened prior to my arrival.
So I have a question. The fact that we're going to get monthly reports and quarterly reports, I think is really great. Addressing what Mayor Gama says, is this something, and I guess this would be directed towards City Manager Mr. Connors, is this a new procedure? Is this something that's going to be initiated now that hasn't been done in the past? Because I do a particular note. I remember about a year or so ago, even during a mid-year report, we got indication that we're $100,000 in more spent in overtime than we planned. And while it was probably well needed that should have happened, that overtime was spent, we kind of heard it after the fact. And so is this a new procedure that's going to be initiated?
Yeah, I think I can address all of those concerns and questions. What hasn't happened in the past is monthly financial closeouts with each of our directors in each of their program and functional areas. And then that would easily transfer into a quarterly update so that that can be shared with council on areas of either excess cost or revenue shifts that we need to be aware of so that we can make accommodations earlier rather than later. So those are good, sound financial practices that we will endeavor to perform here going forward.
Yeah, I would applaud that because it kind of ties your hands when there's lots of unfunded expenses and things like that that we initially had approved but no longer are being done, and then we could utilize that for other things, and we could save it for other things that need to be done. So I applaud us moving forward on that.
So we're going to receive monthly updates is what we're being told.
The finance department will be issuing monthly reports. You will see monthly expenditure reports and revenue reports.
And
That is
so what was the problem with going to council first before you did a reconciliation or transfer?
It's a recommended change just to address items throughout the year. We could certainly leave the program in place as present. It's a recommendation based on my recommendation to allow the transfer. That is an option, no changes as recommended by staff, so the current processes can certainly remain in place.
And Mayor and Honorable City Council, it allows some agility when we have unplanned expenses, when we do have cost management ability to make corrections a lot quicker. But other than that, it's mainly just an agility and a little bit more flexibility for staff to accommodate unplanned expenses.
So we'll be notified of every budget transfer.
There are transfers that occur at certain levels, depending on the authority levels all the time. These are mainly the bigger budget elements that the council will be sought and apply their approval on. But in kind of normal routine operations, there is a levels that happen frequently that we need to accommodate.
Can we move on? I understand the purpose of this meeting is to adopt the recommended budget, and I think we're getting wrapped up in a procedural question here that I feel has been addressed. So we've got 2 hours to go through this budget. If we could move forward, I'd certainly appreciate it.
We can move forward with the motion.
Move to approve the transfer.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez is absent for the record, and Mayor Gama.
No.
Motion passes 3-1-1 with 3 council members having ayes, 1 absent, and 1 no.
Okay, I'm now going to call to order the joint meeting of the City Council, Surplus Property Authority, and Port Hueneme Housing Authority. At this time, we will call to order this joint session meeting of the City Council, Surplus Property Authority, and the Port Hueneme Housing Authority. Madam Clerk, can you please take a roll call vote, or do we need a roll call vote, actually? Not a vote, but a roll call.
Yes, sir. I'll do a roll call for the Surplus Property Authority first. Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member Martinez is absent for the record. Member Perez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rollins?
Yes.
And Chair Gama.
Yes. Here.
We will do a similar roll call for the Housing Authority. Member Brown is absent for the record. Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member Martinez is absent for the record. Member Perez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rollins?
Yes.
And Chair Gama.
Yes, I'm here.
All three committees are now called to order.
Okay, let's have the joint meeting business item. I'd like to take a moment to welcome the community to this budget workshop. Your participation is greatly appreciated. Your input is valuable to the City Council and staff when developing the next 2-year budget. We are here to serve you, and throughout this workshop, the public will have multiple opportunities to provide comments and feedback. We're now going to open up item 2, presentation of the biannual budget for fiscal years 2021, 22, and 2022, 23. Will staff please present the report?
Good morning, Mayor, Council and Board members, and community members. It's my pleasure to present the recommended operating budget for fiscal years 22 and 23.
Turn his camera on. What's that? I'm not hearing any conversation.
My name is Inez Kiryu, and I'm the Interim Finance Director. It's my pleasure to present the budget on behalf of the City Manager. The budget has been a collaborative effort by the City of Port Hueneme employees, inclusive of the City Manager, department managers and directors, departmental staff members, finance staff members, as well as 2 retired units, Donna Krug and Thomas Haglund. You are familiar with the Port Hueneme employees, but I'll give you some background on the 2 retired annuitants. Donna has over 36 years in local government with an emphasis in payroll, budgets, monthly and year-end reports, audits, internal controls, and the HT financial system. Tom has over 33 years of local government experience with cities and a special district. His emphasis was budgets, labor and contract negotiations, assisting cities in financial distress, along with developing long-range financial stabilization plans. After the budget was presented, 12 adjustments were identified, 4 on Schedule 4 related to personnel. For instance, we needed to include the word ocean in front of lifeguards. And there were 7 numerical adjustments identified throughout the document. I want to give you just a quick overview of those items, and then we'll discuss them in more detail as we go through the presentation. The first one is the City Council contingency account, the City Manager contingency account, transfers to balance out of fund, CIP, recognition of revenue for the Senior Nutrition Program, debt service in fiscal year 23 for the redevelopment agency and the addition of Prop 64 grant monies. Throughout the presentation, I will ask if council has any questions before proceeding, but if council has any questions before then, please just bring them up. The fiscal year operates from July 1st through June 30th annually. The 2-year budget is an efficient format that saves time and effort in the second year to focus on projects and programs. A mid-year budget review should be conducted in the spring of 2022 to confirm revenues and expenses going into the second year of the 2-year budget. The city's general fund is the primary fund that accounts for all resources except those where a separate fund is legally required or for administrative purposes. The general fund includes the city's general purpose services that relate to the public safety, public works, community development, finance, and administration. The general fund at a glance, we'll go into further detail on the below amounts, but at a glance, please find the following. We start off the year with beginning fund balance of $16.9 million. We have revenues of $21.5 million, transfers in at $2.3 million, which make up the financing sources. We have expenditures of $21.7 million, transfers out of $1.5 million, general fund reserve contribution of $15.3 million, and we end up with an unreserved fund balance in the general fund of $2.1 million. That same ending fund balance is retained at the end of fiscal year 23. The city is funding the reserves pursuant to the policy adopted by council in 2014. The reserves include economic uncertainty, and it's calculated at 6 months of operating expenditures of the prior year. Catastrophic reserve, which is equivalent to 10% of the prior year operating expenditures. Compensated absences, 50% of the non-current liability. PERS and medical is equivalent to 2 years of our premiums, of our payments, and it's financed over a 5-year term. Risk management is equivalent to 50% of our budgeted premiums. We've also set aside reserves in the water and solid waste funds.
Inez, what did you say about risk management? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, our reserve is budgeted at 50% of our premiums.
Okay.
So that's $950,000.
So Inez,
Yes.
so what, based on the ordinances, what is our reserve percentage of our total reserves that we set aside? I think, I forget the percentage that came up that we approved initially, but my understanding is that we're well above that.
Well, we're budgeting based on the policy right now. The economic uncertainty, we can increase that up to 8 months of our operations. Right now, we're funding it at 6 months. So it's at 50% of our operating expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The general fund receives revenues from approximately 100 different sources. The major sources are identified in this chart, and I'll briefly discuss them. Property taxes, current secured, we're estimating at $1.9 million in fiscal year 22 and $1,962,000 in fiscal year 23. And those 4% and 3% respectively are increases based on increases in assessed value. The transaction and use tax, we anticipate a decrease by $25,000 in fiscal year 22, followed by an increase of approximately 3% in fiscal year 23.
What is the transaction?
Similar to our sales tax.
Okay.
Our sales tax will be approximately $2 million in fiscal year 22. A 5% decline is estimated in comparison to fiscal year 21. In fiscal year 23, our sales tax is forecasted to increase by approximately 3% to $2.1 million. Measure use sales tax is collected under our voter approved measure, and we are estimating it to decline by approximately 2% in fiscal year 22. In fiscal year 23, we anticipate an increase over fiscal year 22 amounts by 3%. Our utility users tax is collected from customers for use of these services, and they will decrease by approximately 3% in both fiscal years. The decline in utility users has generally been experienced in most cities as consumers move away from landlines and some traditional forms of utility use. This is an area that the city will want to look at if revenues do continue to decrease. The property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees increases annually in proportion to the growth in gross assessed value in that city or the county. The revenue is estimated to increase in both fiscal years. Licenses and permits basically come from business licenses and permits associated with new buildings and or trades activity. We anticipate that there will be an increase of 5% in fiscal year 23 over fiscal year 22. Fines and penalties, the city receives approximately $469,000 fines and forfeitures in each fiscal year. The use of money and property comes in two different groupings. The first grouping's most significant budgeted amounts are related to loans from the general fund made to the water fund. The second grouping's most significant budgeted amounts relate to agreements with the Oxnard Harbor District for use of city-owned streets, basically a franchise fee. We also want to recognize. Yes.
How come the harbor, the amounts of money that the harbor district pays us isn't listed as a separate item?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I think I heard you say that the Oxnard Harbor, somebody's having feedback, but so is the Oxnard Harbor District revenues in the use of money column?
Yes, it's under use of money and property. That is correct.
Is there a reason why it's not standing alone so we could see how much they contribute to our general fund?
We actually, in the schedule 1, it is shown separately. This is just for presentation as a grouping, but in schedule 1, they are identified separately. Use of money and property, MOU 1983 agreement. There's a MOU 1987 agreement, a 1995 agreement. So that it is detailed in schedule 1 of the revenues.
Okay, I'm looking
That
at
is
it right now.
page, Roman numeral page 26. We also wanted to recognize as an adjustment the Senior Nutrition Grant Program that was originally omitted. In miscellaneous revenues, the most significant revenue source is related to cannabis. There are currently 8 dispensaries, generating approximately $2.45 million in both fiscal years.
What on the cannabis revenue? What page is that now?
Sure. That's Roman numeral. It's under miscellaneous revenue. It's Roman numeral number page 26.
Okay.
Excuse me, 27. It's on the very top right corner.
27.
Roman numeral page 27. That is correct.
Another dumb question, but why is it called miscellaneous if it's directly from cannabis?
There is a specific line item entitled Cannabis. It's just the grouping that it fell under miscellaneous. There is a
my quick question would be that it shows that we're going to be increasing or stabilizing our cannabis use. And I was wondering how that projection was made in light of the fact that the city of Oxnard is going to be opening 16 cannabis operations within the next year, and 40% of our users, purchasers are from Oxnard. I mean, that may not be a question for you. It's a question, I guess, would be to the city manager.
Yeah, the projections for cannabis are a combination of on-scene understanding and engagement with the companies themselves, but also our tax consultant that is the main contributor to our revenue projections. HDL has also validated those projections.
But what does that mean? Is that it's not going to go down?
It's in the current 2-year budget, those are the forecasts that we have received from HDL, our consultant vendor on tax revenue. And it also accommodates the process for which all of these adjacent city cannabis businesses have a ways to go before they're prepared and executing at full strength. So that looks like a 2-year. After that, we should probably see a decline.
So
we believe that the current year estimate is actually, we are estimating it very conservatively. So we do definitely believe that as it's an area of concern that we should be monitoring it. Again, if the additional jurisdictions allow cannabis sales, Port Hueneme definitely may experience some downward pressure on the revenues, and we definitely need to consider how we would react to that. But we believe that the monies that are budgeted right now are conservative.
Okay, yeah, so just one final note, was that hopefully with these monthly reports and stuff like that, we're able to kind of get an indication as to whether our projections are on spot or over or underestimated.
That is correct. And one of the changes that we've actually incorporated, the businesses were previously allowed to remit the amounts to the city on a quarterly basis. That has been changed. Remittance is now on a monthly basis, and that has been implemented. So we want to be sure that we're staying on top of those collection amounts. And so that item has been changed. So we will be able to report more accurately and more timely.
Great.
I have a question. Inez, do we have an agenda on the items that are going to be covered for the budget? I think this might help with how we direct our questions. If we know, for instance, we'll get into a more detailed discussion of revenue later on, or are we going to be going into each department budget? If you could give us kind of a rundown on the plan here this morning.
I'm
Thank you.
basically following the transmittal letter that was presented by the city manager. So I am wrapping up the revenues right now. This was actually the last slide. General comments, we'll jump into general fund expenditures for a couple of slides, and then we will cover each department and allow council to ask questions throughout the budget process, but we're wrapping up revenues right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. So with that, does council have any questions on any of the areas that we've covered so far that have not been presented yet?
No.
If not, I will proceed to the general fund expenditures then. Okay. General fund expenditures, the overall budget for the general fund expenditures is presented at $23.2 million in fiscal year 22 and $23.1 million in fiscal year 23. A large component of expenditures are pension costs. The city contracts with the California Public Employee Retirement System, CalPERS, for employee retirement benefits. In fiscal year 22, the city will remit approximately $2 million to CalPERS to fund the employee pension program. In fiscal year 23, the amount is estimated to decrease to $1.9 million. In addition to this amount, the unfunded liability associated with the retirement program totals $2.5 million in fiscal year 22 and $2.9 million in fiscal year 23. The CalPERS rates are noted in this chart. Employees in the safety unit contribute 6% toward the overall employer rate. Another large component of expenditures is medical insurance. The city contracts with CalPERS for employee health insurance pursuant to the Public Employee Medical and Hospital Care Act, PEMCA. In 2022, the city will spend approximately $1.7 million on employee medical insurance and approximately $2.1 million in fiscal year 23 on the same. The increase is primarily related to filling all of the authorized positions. Personnel requests. Departments submitted and the city manager approved the following full and part-time positions to be included in the proposed budget. The annual cost of the full-time positions is identified in this chart. I'd like to present the positions first, then council can decide if they would like to discuss them on an individual basis here or during the departmental review during the course of the presentation. The 7 positions presented in fiscal year 22 are the HR Administrative Specialist, an Assistant Planner, Business Process Analyst, a Senior Engineer, Public Works Supervisor, Administrative Specialist, and a Recreation Coordinator. In fiscal year 23, a Senior Application Specialist is presented. How would council like to proceed? Would you like to have the discussion now or throughout the course of the presentation when we get to the specific department?
I can't see everybody's screen, but I'll just make a comment. I don't know the best way to do this. I would prefer to, when we discuss the budgets of each department, that way the staff who's intimately involved in that request can give us, specific information.
I can support that.
Okay, we can.
Agreed.
Okay. Is that a consensus of council then?
I guess I might have just a general thing. Like it shows that our revenues are going to go up. I don't know, $250,000 based on the budget briefing, but in totality, we're asking for like quite a bit more just on the personnel requests alone. But that's just a comment right now.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment too that it feels like an awful lot of money to spend on personnel. And I'm not comfortable with any of it, actually, particularly because we have a number of positions that we have not been able to fill at the service level area in our city. And it looks like we're loading up on the top, and it just concerns me moving forward that our revenues may dip. We got increasing pressures with our pension liability. So I just wonder if I just feel like it's the wrong move at the right time. I think we should hold off on these and try to get our service areas fully staffed. But that's just me. So
I support your comment on that.
Thank you.
I would like to hear the department presentations if we could, before we arrive at any kind of decision to not approve this, as suggested by Mayor Gama. If we could just move on to the department presentations.
I had a question just quickly procedurally. As we go through the different departments, while this is being presented to us as a total package, we can individually discuss each position and do a yay or a nay on that particular position as we get to the program budgets. Am I correct? City Manager Connors, or what's the best way to move forward as far as we kind of analyze each recommendation?
Yes, thank you,
I
Mayor
think
Pro Tem. If there is a item that you, as a council, wish to remove from this presented budget, then you can take that action when appropriate.
But when will that be appropriate? I guess is my question.
We will be actually presenting for council feedback as we address every department. So
Okay.
At the end of every department, you'll have the opportunity to basically approve it or deny anything that's within their departmental budgets.
So in my case, I'll reserve my conversation to when we get to each department budget.
Okay.
So before we go individualized, just for a consideration, could we perhaps have a delay trigger? Like maybe we could delay these for 6 months or a year, or I don't know. I just feel like it's adding a lot more administrative, top heavy, and we seem to have problems right now getting our service level employees staffed, which results in less quality services out there. So I'll listen through the individual discussions, but that's one of my ideas.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving forward then, under personnel requests, departments also submitted the following requests for part-time positions. One of them is in housing, and in recreation, there were 3 part-time positions related to the Learn to Swim program. Additionally, personnel reclassifications are presented with the identified annual costs. Street maintenance workers, landscape maintenance workers, utility operators, and administrative specialists. The cost of the new personnel and reclassifications, if approved, will be allocated to various funds based on the service levels. The chart identifies the cost of these personnel items per fund. Also included within the budgeted amounts are citywide salary adjustments approved by council. The salary schedules were increased by 3% for management employees, 3% for SEIU represented employees, and 5.5% for POA represented employees effective July 1st, 2021. Additionally, the city allows employees to cash out specific amounts of annual leave. Citywide, the annual leave buyout has been budgeted at $223,000 in both fiscal years. Lastly, the city currently has 23 unfilled full-time authorized positions. Does council have any questions on the general expenditure items so far? If not, then we would be jumping into the departmental budgets.
Is it true to say that the general fund is taking the majority of these increased costs?
Of the positions, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, under the departmental review, we're going to start with council, city council. In salaries, there were no major changes. In operations, a new council contingency account is presented in this budget cycle in the amount of $50,000 to address unanticipated operational needs. This is one of the adjustments that was discovered. Item number 1. In capital, there were no requests presented. We're going to jump to city manager. City manager will work with council to implement the outcome from the strategic plan of the prior year, and will also be addressing the capital improvement program later this morning. In salaries, the administrative services coordinator should now be reflected here rather than in operations. A new banner program is presented, as well as $100,000 budgeted contingency to address unanticipated operational needs within the city manager's authority without prior council authority. Both of these contingency amounts are pursuant to the reserve policies approved by council.
The new banner program, is that the flag banners that go on the poles?
Yes.
Okay.
There are no capital requests presented. In the clerk's division, she will manage the 2022 election. In salaries, there is an increase due to enrollment in health benefits. Operationally, amounts are included for an agenda management program, a records management and documentation imaging program, as well as an electronic signature program. There are no requests presented for capital. Does council have any questions on the 3 divisions presented?
One question on the city clerk, is that going to be a system that you could go in and tag an agenda item and then it'll pull up that item in the meeting?
Yes, sir. The electronic meeting agenda management system would be able to do that.
That would be great. That would be a great public service to our residents.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Moving ahead, human resources. The anticipated activities include a new full-time human resource specialist in fiscal year 22. Human resources will also assist with the consultant as they develop a classification and compensation study for council consideration, participate in contract negotiations for successive labor agreements. The HR budget contains recommended increases for the public sector labor law services, employee backgrounds and related services. Amounts for office furniture are presented in capital in each fiscal year. Does council have any questions on this division?
I do. What is the current organizational chart for the HR or Human Resources Department now as far as staffing? Can you kind of review and how it will change? Are we asking for what is the existing and what is the actual proposed? And in this new position, what new benefits to the city and to the city staff will this new position provide? I'm assuming it's under, I guess this would be the time because it's under this department budget review.
Absolutely. This is the appropriate time to discuss any questions on this division.
Mayor Pro Tem, thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the Human Resources Division. So in answer to your first question, the current complement of staffing in HR is two full-time positions and two part-time positions. And what's proposed is to convert the two part-time positions to a full-time human resource specialist. So we have three full-time equivalents. And if this change were approved, the result would be the same three full-time equivalents, albeit in a different configuration.
So the problem I have with this is that prior to the creation of the HR manager, we never had an HR manager. And for a city our size with 123 employees, and again, my opinion, I think that we have with HR director, a full-time assistant and two part-time assistants. I think we have plenty of personnel dedicated to the department. Again, with a city our size, 123 employees, and we never had an HR director in the past. So again, I just think it's a little bit much.
Understood. If I could just provide a little context, historically, a majority of the deputy city manager's position was dedicated to human resources, and we had one full-time individual that worked there. And then I believe in 2018, we had a part-timer join. Based on some historical issues that arose within the city as it pertains to employment practices and other items related to human resources that exposed the city to litigation and some other exposures. An analysis was done in early 2019 by a consultant. That consultant identified primary areas of needs of improvement, and it also made recommendations as it pertains to staffing for the city's HR function. And the staffing that they proposed provided a couple of options, but the primary option is consistent with what is proposed here in our budget.
I have a question also, Mr. Peretz. I think what we're doing here is we're converting two part-time positions into this one position, this one full-time human resources specialist. So we'll have one HR manager and one human resource specialist, not one HR manager, one human resource specialist, and two part-times. Is that correct?
Right now, we have an HR manager, an HR analyst, and two part-time positions. So the proposal would be to retain the HR manager, the HR analyst, and then convert the two existing part-times to a human resource specialist position.
Okay, so we're talking three positions then, not five. Okay, thank you.
I had a question, Mr. Peretz. You said that you had somebody come in and do an analysis. What were the additional services or duties that were presented that the existing staff were going to be doing?
I will let Melanie talk about the additional duties that this individual would perform, but Mayor Pro Tem, I wouldn't say that the analysis identified additional responsibilities. It identified areas of focus that weren't being performed properly and were leaving the city exposed, as I said, to litigation and other concerns that we weren't functioning properly. This was a consultant that was hired and conducted the study after our Joint Powers Insurance Authority threatened to terminate coverage and then ultimately applied a self-insured retention for a couple of years on our employment practices liability insurance.
So without getting into details, what were they?
So recruitment and selection, as I say, not a new thing, but it was identified that that was deficient and needed greater staff resources and attention paid to it. There were a number of administrative functions that were identified as being ineffective. There were employment and labor related issues, classification concerns, inconsistencies, as well as compensation inequities, and then health and safety was the last major theme that was identified as an area that needed additional oversight and staff involvement.
I guess my only concern is that we added these three full-time equivalents, and we still, one of the major things you just mentioned was to fill unfilled positions, but then I just heard from initially that we still have 23 unfilled positions, and if anything, that's more than we had in the beginning, not less.
Yeah, that's actually a little bit misleading. There are, and Melanie can speak to the specifics, but there are a number of unfilled positions that are being filled by contract staff or temporary employments. And in those cases, there is no request by the department for active recruitments. In cases where departments have asked for active recruitments, they are in progress as well. The number of recruitments that are conducted is significantly greater than it has been in the years concerning this study and preceding the study.
I guess my concern was if staff is not asking for full-time people, why do we still have them on the budget as full-time people if there's no real intent to ever fill those positions?
It seems to me that's got to be a question for the department head when we get to that point. And then maybe direct them to begin.
No, I guess if like one of their main mandates for the HR department is to fill unfilled positions, and the reason why they're not filling them is because there's no need to fill them or no request, and that was a mandate that came through this consultant, and it just seems to be kind of...
Mayor Pro Tem, I will just point out, and I think Councilmember Hernandez, your comments are right on the mark. There are case-specific questions that would be appropriate for departments, but it is also untrue to say that positions have not been filled or have not been filled at a greater rate than they had before. The amount of activity, the number of recruitments, and the number of positions filled has increased, and we have created a process for successful recruitments. There are other reasons why we've had attrition and we've had additional vacancies, but we have seen an increase in the number of positions filled.
Is there any like staffing formula we could refer to? Because it just seems like for a city our size, 123 employees, one HR director, one full-time HR analyst, it seems conservatively that would be enough, yet we're going to have a third full-time person. So again, 2 years ago we didn't have an HR director, and we just seem to be growing administratively.
I guess I would just point out, Mayor, that the level of the position that's requested here is the same level as authorized. The only difference is that we have 2 authorized part-time positions, and this is a request for a full-time position. So it's not a higher level position, it's just a request for a full-time ongoing service.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to understand why 2 full-time HR persons are, I don't know, it just seems like 2 full-time persons in HR would be plenty for a city our size. But that's just me.
I have a question. Is there not another full-time position that sits up front that was hired over COVID? And if we're converting 2 positions into 1 position, why would that increase so much in the revenue out in the money we're putting out for an employee?
So 2 questions there. The first is the person that sits out front in HR is not a full-time position. That role or that seat would be what would be converted to a full-time position. And the reason that you see a significant increase in expenditures is because the budget did not include the proper funding for the part-time positions that were authorized by council.
The increase is also attributed to when you hire a full-time position, you have the increase of PERS and you have an increase in medical coverage. So all of those amounts are rolled up into the full-time at this point. They will be reallocated in the different line items, but for purposes of the presentation, all of the employee-related costs are shown in the full-time line item. So again, with a part-time position, you do not have PERS or medical insurance. When you convert those part-time hours into a full-time position, you automatically pick up PERS amounts and medical insurance.
So the lady up front is not full-time position?
I think I understood the question. The individual up front is not in a full-time regular position. She was hired on a seasonal basis and has a limited duration of her employment in the current capacity. And the one other thing I would add to the conversation when we're talking about the staffing complement for the HR and risk management function is that the city also did, for I believe it was approximately a year and a half, have a part-time risk manager. That position has gone away, and those duties would also be subsumed in this new complement of 3 full-time persons in HR.
And who's qualified to be the risk management person? Because my understanding was the part-time guy we had 17 years experience as a risk manager.
That is true. He did have years of experience with risk management. To your question about who's going to do what duties, I can have Melanie come on and speak about the different tasks for the 3 different employees, if that's the pleasure of the council.
Sure.
Okay, am I off mute now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. So right now we have risk management. I actually have general liability and insurance experience, and so does Jamie. So both of us actually can take on additional duties. Jamie has taken on most of the workers' compensation roles. And then we've also taken on a lot of what our finance director was doing in HTE benefits enrollment. So those are additional tasks. In terms of risk management, though, I'm handling the COVID prevention plan, the writing of it and the implementation. We are handling that day to day as that comes in. Jamie's responsible for safety meetings and the injury and illness prevention program. If that helps you understand. And if I can clarify, the part-time employee we had, the administrative person that is going over to the clerk's department, the majority of the duties were clerk. But we had that part-time position. And then since I have been here, we have brought in someone March through September to assist with onboarding and offboarding the lifeguards and various other duties while they're here. Retention, and we're digitizing all our documents and destruction of documents as well.
Mr. Krebs, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role now for the city? Before, Carmen almost did 100% HR duties. What do you do now, if not HR?
My position, I do some HR. Right now, all of the risk management tasks fall to me, as well as regular liaison with the CJPIA. I'm also responsible for conducting various personnel investigations. I do work with HR on labor relation issues. I also oversee the city clerk, the Recreation and Community Services Division, as well as the Information Technology Division. And as you have seen in some meetings, handle various other special projects and do research and make presentations in that regard.
Councilmember Hernandez has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Gama. I just wanted to say that I really do support the approval of this position, especially since the configuration and at least the human resources function was was inadequate up until JPIA recommended that we strengthen our HR function. So I think it's really important we support this position. Our personnel are our biggest asset, our greatest asset, and I think we need to invest in them. There's been a lot of personnel issues. If we don't have somebody to properly handle them, we're going to see problems in the future. So I would support this position, and if we could, let's just move on.
I would just want to come out and say that I do not support this position. In fact, I would go so far as to limit the HR department to a director and one full-time assistant. I think for a city our size, we've addressed the issue as the JPA has outlined. So that's how I feel. I feel like we should be conservative. I feel like we're adding way too much administratively, and that I think we have adequate staffing of our HR department and maybe a little excess. So I guess we can move on to the next section.
I disagree with that.
Okay. And I guess if I was to make up, I don't know if we're going to, in each, as I said, do we kind of make these decisions as we go department by department, or
Yes.
at the, how's best to handle this? Because
Mayor Pro Tem, now is the appropriate time to, as a council, to either approve or disapprove this additional position.
Okay, I'll just make my thing. My experience is that we've increased the HR department in, at least doubled it from like when I remember a few years back. While there were some issues, I think there's still some issues. I think there's still some unfilled positions. I would prefer to see this right now status quo, and with the existing staff, see how we can improve those and move forward.
Are you making a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay, make a motion to what I just said, that we maintain the existing staffing levels as they are and with no increase. And then maybe perhaps during mid-year, we can see how things are progressed or what new services, programs, policies have been implemented that might warrant it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I strongly disagree with that. I think with the new issues that our human resources is currently facing with new technologies, with COVID, there are new problems arising every day that require HR attention. And I think I think it's short-sighted to not approve this position. So I intend to vote no, if that's going to be the motion.
I'm going to second Mayor Pro Tem Rollins' motion. Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Martinez is absent for the record, and Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Thank you. We will make that adjustment when we bring the budget back for adoption at the next meeting. Moving forward to general government. General government undertakes all information technology activities on behalf of the city. During the budget term, a new full-time business process analyst is presented in fiscal year 22. A new full-time senior application specialist is presented in fiscal year 23. The division will implement 29 initiatives as identified in the IT master plan. It will also assist with the upgrade of the police department's computer-aided dispatch and records management software, replace various computers and laptops. There is additionally $50,000 for consulting assistance in lieu of an additional employee, which is shown in the computer maintenance line item. In general government, the information technology also proposes the following projects in each fiscal year. $452,000 is budgeted in fiscal year 22, and $352,000 is budgeted in fiscal year 23. Council, does council have any questions on this division at this time?
I have a question. We recently had an information technology kind of master plan done, and it has some far-reaching positive improvements that we need to do, or that we should be doing as we move forward. My only restriction is that, like, you know, I don't look at that we need to automatically improve. We automatically need to add a second full-time person in the second year. I would much rather reserve the ability to perhaps having one person there and see how we're progressing with one person and how the various different strategic goals and stuff are being met, and analyze that before we automatically put it into the budget for a second year. The other thing that I noticed is that we are increasing $50,000 for consulting. So that, I think, is an additional boost as we're moving forward. And I would feel comfortable with just that right at this particular point. I don't know whether replacing 44 computers or laptops. I know when I've worked in other agencies, there's a formula that, like, every 3 years or every 4 years, computers are replaced. I don't know if this is anything different than has been done in the past, or whether that's worked into the general budget, or if this is something that we've let go for so many years that we have to replace 44 laptops. I'd want a little bit more detail on that. I feel strongly about the police department computer dispatch and increasing that. So I feel good about that. And that's my statements at this point in time.
I agree with Mr. Rollins, or Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Okay, if I'd like to speak, the mayor appears to be on the phone, so I'll just go ahead and self-recognize. I want to remind the council that we approved an IT master plan this year, and we need staff to implement that plan. We are woefully behind in our technology and our capabilities. There is major threats of cybersecurity that we have to tend to and we have to address. I think some of us our accounts have even been hacked a couple of times. So I think this function is so important to the continuity of operations and efficiency for our city. And with the implementation of the installation of new computers, the new computer-aided dispatch system, I think this position is well justified. Now, what's missing in this budget process is that we're not hearing from the department in justifying new positions and new equipment. So that's being missed, and we're making decisions without that information. So if we could have the department heads chime in, Aaron, if you can chime in and provide some justification on the positions and equipment, that would be really helpful. And if each department head, as we go through this, please give us that justification, because it appears we're on a trend where our council wants to disallow anything new, any new equipment and any new positions. And so let's get that addressed, please.
Yeah, I want to make a comment. I don't think we're disallowing things. I think we need, as you mentioned, justification, because these are ongoing expenses that future the city's going to have to deal with.
Yeah, but with all due respect, Mayor Pro Tem, you just made a statement of judgment without a justification. So I think we need that justification before we express our.
I was hoping that with my initial statements, that was forthcoming. I just wanted to make comments on each one of those things so that staff would have a chance to be able to address what I had just mentioned.
So I'll kick it off right before Aaron can get into some of the specifics. This is Charles Parrott's Deputy City Manager once again. So as has been mentioned, the City Council did recently approve the Information Technology Master Plan. It calls for the implementation of a few dozen projects. It highlighted 10 significant projects that are priority projects that we'll pay attention to in the short term. The plan itself included recommended staffing to address the projects and processes that it calls for. In the first 2 years of the plan, it called for a total of 4 positions. So I just wanted to make clear to council, we did not take that recommendation forward. We converted that into 1 position in FY 21-22 and 1 position FY 22-23, along with the noted support through consultant services. The page on the PowerPoint before you talks about a number of the short-term projects. And then here on this page, we see that the 29 initiatives. But again, there were 10 kind of high priority, significant projects that will require a significant amount of staff time for implementation. To your specific question, Mayor Pro Tem, about the 44 computer and laptop replacement, we, as part of the plan, are looking to implement a 3-year replacement cycle. So these 44 would be part of that effort within the first 2 years of that cycle as this budget calls for. Aaron, if you are in a place where you can speak and have access to audio, if you could provide some context for the council on the specific duties of the 2 positions that are recommended.
I'm here. I'd like to first say, Councilmember Hernandez, to my knowledge, none of our systems have been hacked. I don't know of any accounts. They appear to come from some of the senior staff member, but the actual account itself has not been hacked. Part of what we are doing when we made the decision on the network engineer position was to switch from the idea of a full-time employee to a managed service so that we could leverage a third party having 24/7, 365 maintenance of our systems and to be more proactive in terms of their monitoring on Super Bowl Sunday, like what happened to the one water treatment plant in Florida. We won't have a staff member here doing that. We'll have a third party where they manage those kind of things and they monitor it. If they notice something that looks inappropriate, they have contact information for us to take action as needed. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, the 44 does include, as Charles mentioned, a change from what was typically a 5-year replacement plan to a 3-year replacement plan. And so this will be the first year that there's a slight increase in the number. Typically, we do about 30 computers a year. And then going forward, if we do that 3-year replacement plan, then we're going to be more around that 45 mark per year. We don't wholesale replace them. Each time we go into the budget year, I just have discussion with the departments and make sure that it's appropriate to replace computers. And this recent one, you'll see there's a significant increase in the number of laptops because we had the experience we did with the pandemic and work from home, and we're going to provide those opportunities for the future. The business process analyst position is one that's identified, again, in the IT master plan to help us do analysis and potentially find labor-saving mechanisms to use the software we have, or if a process is just manually done now, potentially we resolve that with an efficiency and let a computer do something. They're faster than us just in general. And then the application specialist is just helping us out. You mentioned the CAD system for the police department. We went from a single server with 7 virtual servers running on it to a new system that is 2 physical servers, a physical hard drive array, and 19 virtual servers that are running to maintain this new system. So it's a significant increase. And I just don't have the staff to keep these systems running. Something has to suffer for us to be able to continue to support all the systems. The service level has definitely been dropping over the years as the technology continues to increase. We are looking at 2 of those application specialists over the 5-year period, but at this point, the first year or in the second year is when we're bringing on that person. I don't remember any other questions. If there's more specific questions, I can answer those first.
Mr. Wiedemeyer, if you were going to have a choice between those 2 positions, I know you'd want both, but which ones do you feel is most important as you move forward in the next year? Is it the business process analyst, or is it the senior application specialist as far as your management of that area?
Honestly, the senior application specialist would give me more operational support. The business process analyst position would be helping us improve the service levels that we provide to all of our customers, be it the internal customers and or the larger city as a whole.
I would like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Councilmember Perez.
So I agree that IT needs definite support. I can definitely support approving one of those positions, but I would like to point out that yes, we did agree to an IT master plan. We haven't necessarily decided where we're going to start, when we're going to start it, how we're going to start it. So, and we haven't even agreed that we're approving all of those items on the list. But aside from that, with the new CAD system coming on and everything that's happening in IT, I can agree to support the one personnel that he is requesting.
And I would like to follow up on what Councilmember Perez just pointed out. There are 29 initiatives in the IT master plan. And remember, when we were presented with that, I think the tab was $6.4 million. And we were told many times during that presentation that, oh no, you don't have to go it all at once. So I think security is the #1 issue right now for our IT program. And my understanding is that, for example, with the body cam equipment software that we purchased for the police department, which was a very valued, great investment, fell short because we didn't have the storage capacity in our IT plan. Which area deals with that problem?
We actually elected, the police department did with the body cameras, to use a cloud storage solution as opposed to hosting it here within the city infrastructure.
So that's already
and it has provided definitely a much better solution for the officers in the field, as well as the records management, so that the data that is collected and saved is much more readily available for the entire process. The detectives can review body cameras. The DA has direct access to that data in the cloud, as opposed to the previous process where the records would provide CDs or DVDs to the DA in an attempt to share video or audio evidence.
Yeah, so I think those are really important features of our IT plan, as is perhaps council email. Hi, Jason. When I see $140,000 for a recreational software, I'm like, it triggers my red pin automatically, because going back to the 29 IT master plan initiatives, we can't fund them all at once, but I think we should prioritize security and safety, and slowly go down that path. So In terms of security and safety, this one position that you're identifying, is that going to be a part of his or her main focus?
This network security is the $50,000 increase in professional services. Again, we're not going to have that as an FTE because a single person can't do 24/7, 365 maintenance and protection of the network infrastructure. We're going to leverage the services of a as yet determined third party who, again, they have a network operations center that is manned continuously, and they are significantly more trained in the technology of attempted infiltration. They'll see that data, they'll get those alarms, they'll look at the traffic, ensure it's not a false alarm, and then if there is an actual threat, they have the knowledge to instruct staff, whoever happens to be on call, it gets called out to make remediation at our perimeter firewalls or at our switches internally to help reduce that risk. I won't say eliminate that risk because it just is elimination of the risk is not going to happen. But this, it makes better sense instead of, as was mentioned previously in some of the discussion, that we're not paying for PERS or medical benefits. And again, we're leveraging the services of a third party who has staff on hand, not monitoring a single site, they're monitoring multiple sites. And so that return on investment is significantly greater there.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Which position is going to conduct a control system upgrade for the Public Works HA? And what does that project involve?
Their existing control features for the water treatment plant had not been upgraded, and I couldn't honestly tell you when it was last upgraded, but PHWA has already entered into that contract, and they've started that process where they hired a third party to refresh the control systems, the operating software that the operators use to control the plant. It's something that I just don't have programming skills in programmable logic computers that open and close the valves. There were staff members out there who were working on it. Two of the EITs previously had worked on that, but both of those positions are now vacant to my knowledge. And so we recommended to the PHWA that they contract that service out as well.
So that's a contract service. That's not any of the general funded position. I mean, not general funded, but the two positions that you're requesting here.
Not specifically.
Okay.
We, the IT department would still support the networking infrastructure within the PHWA, and we still provide access to email services.
Okay.
And do consulting on the physical replacement of the computers there.
Okay.
But specifically, that upgrade was related to the software to control the plant.
Okay. Okay. And then just regarding the IT master plan, yes, we approved it in concept. We didn't approve every single item, but in our strategic plan, I think it's aligned with our IT master plan, in that we are striving to be a high performance organization. And we need to look at how this IT plan is going to help us get there, because it is so integral to how we deliver our services, how we operate as an organization. So in order to implement that IT master plan, we need staff. In order to achieve our organization at a high performing level, we need staff, and we need to support that effort. So I have the senior applications, the business process analyst is a position that's going to look forward and help us improve our level of service. So I can see justification for both. Thank you.
I say someone put a motion forward to approve.
Okay. Now we have discussion right now, right? Before we.
If I could just give a macro little perspective. Over the years, the city would receive one-time money, and then they would spend it, and then they would sell more property and receive one-time money. And so I'm really concerned that while things are really good right now, that we're rushing out to spend the money, and I'm really leery on personnel. However, this IT positions, one of which I think we should go forward with. But when I look at this breakdown here, again, I'll go back to the $140,000 for Parks and Recreation software. I don't know, I feel like we could probably do without that in the short term.
Do we even know what that is? Nobody's asked the question.
Mayor Gama, if I might, what we have worked for with this budget is to put it into the budget beforehand, and then when we return to you with that specific project and with the specific details, you may determine at that point that project shouldn't go forward, but it seemed inappropriate to come with these applications and not have the budget to support them, and then say, well, we want you to allocate money from, general reserves, as opposed to this is in the budget beforehand and this is what we anticipate to spend. You may still determine that it's not appropriate, but if you do determine it's appropriate, it's already existing in the budget. And one of the major items for that, and I'm maybe talking out of turn, but on that specific one now, much of what has occurred in terms of our recreation services requires so much manual work and is so difficult for members of the community to take advantage of those resources that we have provided. A person comes down, they sign up. A classic position, and one that I've gone through myself, is for the junior lifeguard program. You fill out a paper form, and then you go to recreation and you turn it in, and then you get a receipt from them, and you have to come over to City Hall and you have to pay for that resource. And then you return back and bring your receipt and prove that you've got that. And now recreation staff puts you manually into a database list for communications if you need it in the past. Right. And these are things that business analyst would review outside the organization too, but I mean, that department, but the recreation software includes online booking, online payment, communication, and lists of what participants are for. If an instructor can't make it this week, recreation staff can readily notify everybody that there won't be a class this week.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but on the other hand, when I see $140,000 going towards that, and we have our parks fields not suitable for soccer at the current time, part of the budgeting, when we invest in hard assets that are usable, visible by the public, that asset is going to be there for a number of years. And I kind of feel like we should get all those service level areas up to par first, and then this would be icing on top of it. But again, it's just hard for me globally realizing that we have our parks in not the best shape, and we're spending money on computer technology. So
frankly, I don't see it as either or. It's not an either or thing. I think when we get to the Rec and Parks budget, we'll see those other items being addressed. So unfortunately, I think it's necessary anyway.
Mayor
I have a question, Mayor.
I look forward to seeing the Recreation and Parks more detailed description on how that money is going to be spent in the rec software, from the standpoint that the amount of activity that we bring in versus 140,000 seems pretty high. In other areas that I've been in, as you build up the program, you reach a certain level where computerization becomes very, very important. But for the amount of activity that is currently going on, I have some reservations on that, or at least that amount of money for that. And then I don't know if I need to comment on the initial motion, but like I would want to make an amendment, and maybe it's amendment that we approve one of those full-time positions, and that Mr. Wiedemeyer, which I think let me comment, like, I think you're doing a yeoman's job for being one person kind of dealing with a lot of these things right now. I would like to, I guess I'm being a little bit conservative. I'd like to see one position come in with some specific measurable objectives that are going to be achieved, and that we get progress on how those things are doing before. And I would not approve this. I would rather do a next year adjustment based on what your experiences are with the first full-time person that you put in. And then also, I also agree with you regarding the $50,000 for the contracting, because the state of computers and IT is so ever changing. It's very difficult for any one person to kind of keep in track of all the different changes. So I feel good about that. I feel good about making the first step as far as giving you some assistance in either one of those positions that you feel most are needed to help you along to make things move forward. I don't feel comfortable even in the second year of approving that. I would wait till next year to do that. And that would be my comments. I don't know if I need to make an amendment to that or just vote on the initial one, but I would make an amendment to adding one person, keeping the contract services so we can keep up to date on that.
I believe I heard Kelsey
second that
in the background.
Sorry, I had a comment, but
Here.
We lost you. So I believe you made a motion.
There was a motion and a second.
To approve it in totality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you restate your motion, please? Or Madam Clerk, do we have his motion recorded?
So I believe that Mayor Pro Tem made an amended motion, to which I heard Councilmember Perez second. I know we've lost connection with her. Councilmember Perez, are you able to qualify that you approved Mayor Pro Tem's amended motion?
Lost her.
Yeah, she's gone.
Completely, yeah. And we may just give her just a moment. I do believe that we can do a roll call vote on that amended motion.
And the amended motion basically would be to approve a lot of the, except for the second position, I guess.
Okay, let's go for the vote.
I was just delaying for just a second to see if we could get Councilmember Perez to log back on for that vote, since she would be the second motion for that. I'll go ahead and start the roll call, and we'll see if she comes.
Sorry, I think I'm on. Yes.
Okay, there you are. Great.
And Councilmember Perez.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Just verifying that you seconded Mayor Pro Tem's amended motion. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay, I'll proceed with a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez is absent for the record, and Mayor Gama.
Mayor Gama's confused on the motion. Are we voting for all these items on the page right now, or are we just voting on that one position?
And maybe
We're just voting for the one IT analyst.
Is that correct?
It's my understanding we're voting on
Aaron's
everything
choosing
except
that
that.
he needs right now, I believe.
That is the motion that I have on record, is that you'll just be approving one of those two positions, whichever is the most necessary for the budget approval for the first year.
And everything else we're approving.
well, yeah. The only and I don't know how to put this into thing. I agree with the very first part that you said, Madam City Clerk. But what regarding the Park and Recreation software, while this is very close to me, and I think as we move forward, I want to kind of hold back on that until I see what from the Park and Recreation presentation, what that will all be used for, because it is a fairly large item, and based on the programming and the permitting that I see now, it seems like fairly lot. I mean, like, I'm thinking the amount of money we bring in. I was looking at the revenue sources and the amount of money that we bring in the program that we have right now. As we move for the future, 140,000 may be really, really good, but until we get a robust program to be able to support that. But again, I'm going to hold off on that one until I think that should be approved when we get to the Rec and Park presentation.
Okay,
But it's not in the Rec and Parks budget.
Can we,
Okay.
can we take a break for a second? Hold on.
On that
Mayor,
part of it.
Just a little clarification. If it would be of value, I could certainly walk through each one of these items and get council consensus, so that way we can make it part of the official record.
Okay,
That would be
That-
great. Good idea.
If I may, for 1 second. It's my understanding that the motion that was seconded and was being voted on so far, 3 in favor, was approving one position for Aaron. Is that correct? No, and all this
No.
other stuff, that is what I heard.
That was my understanding as well.
Yes. So,
I made the
Madam-
motion. I made the
Madam
motion to
Clerk,
approve
Madam
everything.
Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion as you understood it?
The motion, as I understood it, that these roll call votes were to approve the positions. My amended motion was to approve one full-time position, with the second position being added at a later time if needed.
Okay, thank you. So I believe Councilmember Hernandez then may want to change her vote.
Well, my motion was to approve the budget, and then it was amended by Councilman Rollins to remove the one position. So if that's not what was recorded, then I guess we have to do the vote over.
Yeah, I believe we would need to, because I did not hear Councilmember Hernandez's motion. I think I cut out that time. So I was approving and seconding Mayor Pro Tem's motion for approving the one IT position.
I had our interim finance director made a really good suggestion. Maybe we can kind of just go through each one of those and improve those individually, because, like, I think
Yes,
there's some.
that's fine. That's fine. But we had a motion on the table. We got to address it. So.
Okay, so then you made a motion. Was there a second? I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Misty seconded something after I made the motion. So.
okay, guys, hold on, please. So Rollins made an amendment to the motion, which was seconded by Councilmember Perez.
Correct.
Which only was dealing with the hiring of the one position. Do we all agree on that? It didn't deal with everything else.
No.
Yes.
I and tell me if I'm wrong, or if there's a misunderstanding. And I understand Councilman Hernandez. I think what the current motion is, and maybe I need to further clarify that, is that we would approve everything but that one position, but we'd blanket approve everything else. Is that what your understanding is, Mr. Councilperson Hernandez?
As I stated, my motion was to approve the budget in its entirety. And then it was seconded by Misty. Maybe she misunderstood it, but then you amended it to remove the one position.
Okay. Yeah, what would be the best way? And that's how I understand it, how it's currently stated. Would there
Okay, so then because I did not understand that I was seconding Ms. Hernandez's motion, I will remove my second because I did not hear that at all. I believe I cut out and my service was gone when that was being talked about.
Okay, so is there
I believed I was approving Mayor Pro Tem Rollins' motion to approve the one IT.
Yeah,
That didn't come till later.
I would like to make a motion that our finance director, interim finance, goes through each one and that we approve them individually. I think that might be easier in the long run.
I'll withdraw my motion.
So can we do that? Go through.
Would it be a pleasure for me to go ahead and proceed?
Yes.
I like it.
Okay, so I just got one more little parliamentary question. When it came to me, the final voter, I didn't vote because I had a question. There were 3 ayes on the motion that was seconded, and that motion was detailed by city clerk to be approving the hiring of one IT position to be left up to the discretion of Mr. Wiedemeyer. So basically the motion had passed, but it may have been voted on incorrectly due to the misunderstandings.
So,
Madam Clerk, am I off my rocker, or is that kind of what happened?
Sir, I agree. I would support an effort to redo the roll call vote now that Councilmember Hernandez has withdrawn her motion. I would encourage Mayor Pro Tem Rollins to re-motion just for the position, and then as interim director, finance director has supported that we can go through each and every item individually, but I would support finishing just the staff.
So let's deal with the personnel part of this first. Can we?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, if you would like to restate your motion just for the position allocation, we could do a roll call vote for that.
okay, I move that we approve one position in this list of enhancements at the discretion of our current IT manager, and that we take each one of these other areas and vote on them independently.
So I second that motion. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. I do believe Councilmember Martinez just joined us. So
all right. Welcome.
In the midst of a roll call, preceding that, would you like to give him just a brief update on what we are about to take a roll call vote on?
I will defer to you to state the motion for Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Martinez, right now we are approving positions allocated for each department. We're currently reviewing the IT department. They had a request for 2 individual positions, and after council discussion, they've determined that they would like to include funding for one position at the discretion of the IT department on their priority for that position. So right now, the roll call vote will include your approval or disapproval of just one position allocated for our IT department. So I will go ahead and do the roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez? Councilmember Hernandez, did you want to provide a vote?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Martinez?
Is Misty here too?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll just say yes. It's already 3, so I definitely approve another position in IT.
Okay, and Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, and we can proceed to take votes on the individual project.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. One of the things that we will need to discuss, we will need to decide which position is being approved. I know that council deferred to the IT manager, but we will have to make it as an official action for the schedule of personnel. So
Well, we deferred that to Mr. Wiedermeyer. Is that not okay?
yes, I understand.
Mr. Wiedermeyer comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that comment.
Can Mr. Wiedermeyer clarify which one he thinks, and then we may need to make another motion to approve his recommendation?
Absolutely. Aaron?
I would choose the senior application specialist over the business analyst at this point.
I'd make a motion to approve the senior application specialist in the IT budget.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote to move on off this item?
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Motion
Thank
passes
you.
unanimously.
Okay, so now we're going to go down the list, I believe. Interim Finance Director.
Okay, yes, thank you. And we will be looking for consensus on these items. In fiscal year 22, we are looking at the cloud-based email at 140,000 in the first year and 24,000 in fiscal year 23. Is there consensus to continue this, to incorporate this in the budget, or is there consensus to remove this item?
I have a question. Aaron, will that solve all our email problems of that the council experiences when we get full, we have to delete and all that? Or is this something, is it going to be a continued problem for us?
Aaron might be going back and forth as he's recording the meeting, but yes, Mayor, the cloud-based email system will address our current issues with storage capacity.
Storage capacity will go from 850 meg to either 50 or 100 gigs. So you'll get orders of magnitude more space.
Okay, and we'll be able to receive and send PowerPoints without running into that problem?
You should be able to, yes. There are some configuration, I believe, in the cloud on the maximum attachment size individually, but you'll be able to save multiple attachments in your email so that you can readily access them.
Okay, and is this something that we could do in phases, or does it have to all go at $140,000?
The 140,000 is include professional services to get us moved. We would do it in waves, is my understanding. I've never done this, so it's something that's new. But we operate initially in a hybrid environment where there's storage locally and storage as we move people to the cloud. And then as you get moved to the cloud, then your storage limitation basically is erased. And I anticipate your next question, and yes, we could prioritize city council.
Well, I'm more concerned about staff. I mean, I wonder like how many times does staff run into the problems that the city council runs into, and I guess you have to come up with a strategy to manage your emails, and you have to save certain ones over here and over there. So if this was just a city council thing, I would vote no. But since this is going to have broad positive effects for staff across the whole organization, is that correct?
Yes, and they experience some of those same challenges that you do. If they have saved 3 copies of that PowerPoint because they exchanged it with other staff members, they think they've gotten to a final solution, and now they attempt to send it to you, then they run into that issue as well. We've attempted to train some of them, at least for the internal communications, to use the local network shares as opposed to email as the communication vehicle. So there are favorable workarounds for them in that situation. But at some point, yes, everybody will have significantly more space.
I would like to make a motion to approve line item on the cloud-based email expense. Or
I'll second it. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do a roll call
Mayor
vote.
Pro Tem, oh, yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to staff computers. There's $20,000 budgeted in fiscal year 22 and $25,000 budgeted in fiscal year 23. Is there consensus to leave those items in the budget?
I move that we approve that.
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez, Councilmember Perez, I didn't get that response.
Perez, you're muted.
Councilmember Perez, if you could hear us, if you could restate your vote. I'll continue. Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
I'm going to vote no, only because I wish we could do it slower, but it passes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Should I continue?
Sure. Before I would vote on this particular, I just would want a little bit more assessment from Mr. Wiedematter as to what $120,000 will do.
Thank you. Aaron?
Which line item are we on? I'm
Audio visual.
Oh,
100,000.
this is for allowing in the future an upgrade of our council public address system, computer recording system. It would have allowed in a situation like today where we had remote members of the city council, they could potentially Zoom in while there was a regular meeting with the public present. We currently have a system that literally was manufactured in 1976 and simply does not have an interface for Zoom.
I'd like to make a motion to reject this and postpone it to a later year.
I could speak to that, can you hear me? I'm having problems with my connection. Yeah, this has been an issue that for me, I've been particularly concerned about. When we have presentations in city council chambers, we can't always hear very well the staff member or the member of the public who's speaking, especially when it's mainly staff, when they're at the staff table, you can't hear them anywhere. And again, we are maybe 20th century technology, and we need to move into the 21st century in terms of our technology. I think this is extremely important, especially for the public in this day and age when we are so reliant on Zoom, and we can expect to be continually reliant on remote communications. I think that this is going to be really important for us to operate efficiently, and also for our public to be able to view our meetings and discussions. I just want to say one more thing, that if we keep deferring these things or disallowing these things, we are going to stand a chance of them coming back mid-year because they're going to be needed. So
I had just one question regarding funding, and this would be to City Manager Connors. Is this one of the things that would be eligible for the COVID relief funds in one of those categories that have been approved?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There's two things that I would probably add in addition to the comments already made. One of them is that there's several state legislative bills that in one case will require cities to have a hybrid capability to project their public meetings and to integrate Zoom and other features in addition to live meetings. So this would resolve that potential outcome, that legislative outcome. And the other question you had is when we look at our later in the agenda, the American Rescue Plan Act. A part of that is the ability to overcome some of the limitations that we discovered during the pandemic, and this is one of those things. And so that would potentially be a project for the American Rescue Plan.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess there's a motion to deny this. Is there I'm assuming
there hasn't been a second, so the motion dies.
So I would move to approve this line item.
Second.
Madam Clerk, you do a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez. I believe we've lost reception with her. She did send me a message saying that she should have restored connection here shortly. So I will notate that she was unavailable for this roll call vote. And Mayor Gama.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The next item is cybersecurity assessment of $30,000 in fiscal year 23. Is there consensus for this item to remain in the budget?
I just wonder why it's out in 23. I think cybersecurity is really important.
I'll defer to Aaron.
Part of what we had in the plan was a replacement of network infrastructure, including firewalls and switches. And we didn't anticipate that we would get that project done in the first fiscal year. And so we pushed that major initiative out to the second year.
Mr. Wiedemeyer, based on, the additional staffing that we approved, would that be something that would be best phased in so that all or part of it is approved in the first year now based on, as you see the staffing patterns being developed for the coming year?
I don't believe so. This is a very specific external intrusion attempt. We have ongoing from the CISA a weekly penetration test that's done against all of our infrastructure. and I get a report every Monday on those activities and what might be needed. But this specific one was, again, a much more in-depth for the new equipment that we put in place.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
Call for the vote.
Do we have a motion and second?
I move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Data analytics assessment is presented in fiscal year 23 in the amount of $40,000. Is there consensus to leave this item in the budget?
I move approval.
I would like to know just a real brief what that means.
Aaron, can we answer that question, please?
I think Aaron's running back and forth again.
I'm sure City Manager Connors can answer this one.
Yeah, I'll step in, Mayor. Thank you. This addresses one of the significant deficiencies in our ability to harvest, analyze data, comprehensive data from across the city and its organization. This will set the stage for identifying where data exists, how it can be harvested and analyzed, how it can be dashboarded, and how it can develop key performance indicators to align to strategic planning initiatives and other master planning initiatives and roadmaps.
So, City Manager Connors, you still feel comfortable that should be in the second year?
The kind of for the same reasons as the delay in the other ones is to allow some of these systems to be introduced, developed, matured, and trained to, so that we're operating with a clean system before we make that investment.
Okay, thank you.
So is the data is that having to do with finance primarily or other data?
It does finance to a certain degree, but in every of our utilities, every of our enterprise funds, anything that we do as a service level, we can capture data. Customer service, probably the biggest one. We don't really have any means to identify customer service issues other than a direct contact with residents or businesses. This captures us and allows us to be a lot more effective in resolving them and putting plans and focus in place so that we're putting the right resources where they need to go.
Any other questions?
Move to approve that cyber or data analytic assessment.
Sir, I have a motion from Councilmember Hernandez already. Would you like to second that?
Certainly.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yeah, with some P&J.
I'll proceed with the roll call vote. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. There's
Is no before training.
There's $3,208 presented in both fiscal years. Aaron, if you can provide some background information.
Yes, this is specifically training and testing for users in email phishing attempts. We will train our staff better to understand what to look for to be able to analyze incoming messages that may seem inappropriate for whatever reason. It will document the responses. So if we send a sample email to staff that's, has questionable activity requested, and if they respond, we would get a report of who responded as opposed to who just deleted the email and or who reported it as suspicious to IT. And then we can target training. I heard from JPIA that this may become a requirement to maintain our cybersecurity insurance. So we've included that.
Approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we proceed with a roll call vote?
I believe that second came from Councilmember Perez, just to clarify. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will address the Parks and Recreation software when we come to that division. Additionally, we have $10,000 budgeted in each fiscal year for staff computer technology training. Aaron, can you give us some background on that item, please?
Sure. This is anticipating just basic computer training for staff members. We've had requests for additional abilities with typical Office applications. We may have some requests for training from staff as they bring new members in, as in the finance department, to be able to operate the HDE application. Sometimes we've had some staff members who were promoted from field positions to more supervisory roles that required more technological interaction, and they need additional training.
So will this provide? I know that in a previous meeting it was discussed that the existing finance computer program is adequate, but staff wasn't necessarily trained or wasn't able to utilize it at its best ability. Would this area provide training for the finance to be able to better use the existing computer program that analyzes financing?
Yes, sir. That's one of the anticipated uses of this fund.
Right. Move to approve.
I say we move to approve. Sorry.
That sounded like a second from Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. There's also $19,000 presented in fiscal year 22, $10,000 in fiscal year 23 for IT staff training. Aaron, if you can provide background information for council?
Yes, I can. So this is specifically for the much more technical training. One of the key activities that the existing staff need as we progress, specific to the police department CAD system, we have switched to a completely new operating system that staff just don't have the experience in. These are not readily available as short classes. These are more of a week-long boot camp, as they're referred to. Very intensive training, and we've identified that for VMware as well as the Office 365, specifically in the first year. And then depending on which of the applications get approved, we would have second year requirements to maintain staff training levels.
Mr. Wiedemeyer, in the current budget, how much money is set aside for IT staff training? Is there any? Is there already a budget for that?
There was not specific to IT. The previous budget for training across the organization was $2,000 a year.
Okay. I just wanted to comment, while this may seem tedious, I think if I'm looking at this correct, approving all of these were going to cost close to $900,000. So I think it's prudent of us to go through these things.
Yes. So
$900,000.
$19,000 for the next fiscal year. Could you just detail? So are those going to be 3 week or 4 weeks, or who all is going to participate in that IT staff training? Because IT staff is you and Curtis, right?
Correct. It's Curtis and myself, but both of us specifically, because there's only the two of us here and we share the on-call responsibility. If I happen to be on vacation and Curtis gets a call, he specifically has to be able to respond as well as I can, at least initially, to the police CAD systems on their VM system, VMware. And then again, since we're going to go to a cloud-based email solution, it's different than anything that we have done. And if we don't perform maintenance and administrative applications on those specifically, you lose your email. We don't want that to occur. But what I have looked at specifically for the VMware, it's approximately $7,000 for a week-long boot camp. And so one for each of us, so that we're both identically trained.
And you would do it at alternate times? I don't imagine you'd both go.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
We're not going to disappear like that.
Yeah. No, it sounds very important, reasonable, and I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'd recommend that we consider the next two items when we address the police department. Would that be okay with the council?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yes.
so.
Perfect. Okay. Then I believe that concludes the information for information technology. And we will revisit the Parks and Recreation software when we address that division, and we will address the police department, two requests when we discuss the police department. Moving forward to the finance department, in both fiscal years, salary-related increases are due to the anticipated hiring of 3 vacant positions, including a permanent finance director. There's increase in operations and travel in both fiscal years to enable all staff members to participate in training opportunities. Additionally, in personnel is to evaluate the transfer of an employee from finance to community development. Finance is also responsible for the pension obligation bonds, and there's $6,000 budgeted in each fiscal year for fiscal agent fees. The principal and interest amount of $605,000 and $625,000 in fiscal year 23 are allocated to all divisions based on personnel numbers. Are there any questions on the finance department?
I do have a question.
Yes.
Could you, I'm confused on the pension obligation bonds. I was unaware that the city actually had pension obligation bonds. Can you explain those to us?
Sure. Back in 2007, the city actually issued the pension obligation bonds basically to try to assist in the unfunded liability portion of the city. There was approximately $10 million that was issued. The city continues to make those principal and interest payments at this point, but those were issued back in 2007.
So aren't these pension obligation bonds extremely risky?
Well, I think that they can be a valuable tool, but I'm not sure of the analysis that occurred during the 2007 year to support the issuance of the POBs, of the pension obligation bonds.
So we're locked into this? I mean, Mr. City Manager, can you enlighten us on these?
If we may, I would like to, Tom, can you chime in on this item?
Sure. Mayor Gama, members of the council, good afternoon, I guess it is. On pension obligation bonds, oftentimes we saw these issued back when pension unfunded liabilities first became a problem with the downturn of 2002. And it was a way in which cities could mitigate pay off the unfunded liability to PERS immediately by way of paying back the pension obligation bonds. But Mayor Gama, I think you are on to something when you asked, are they inherently risky? They aren't risky because it is a bond issue that occurred, and so long as the city makes its regular payments, then the bonds will ultimately be paid off, or if the city was in a position later on, it could defease those bonds early. The issue that came up with pension obligation bonds that I think you might be referring to is that after this practice had been implemented for a while, the pension obligation bonds work very well in a down market. They don't work so well in an up market because your unfunded liability fluctuates. The better CalPERS does in terms of investment return, that can lower your unfunded liability from year to year. And so when an entity has issued pension obligation bonds, it loses out on the upside of the market, but it certainly protects the city against a down market. And one of the other constructs is that when your pension obligation bonds were issued for, I'm assuming, for a finite sum back in 2007. It paid off that unfunded liability to CalPERS at the time, but that doesn't mean that in the interim period, where there were downturns in the market and things like that, that there wasn't a new amount of unfunded liability being incurred. But even if that were the case, it was probably, I'm assuming, not knowing the analysis that took place in 2007, I am assuming that any new unfunded liability that would have been incurred subsequent to the pension obligation bond issue would be significantly smaller than what you see now.
So what's the term for these bond payments?
Well, you'd be paying principal and interest on those bonds to the bondholders that issued the initial bonds.
So were they 30-year bonds or 20-year bonds?
I'm actually looking at that right now, Mayor. I'm looking for the debt service schedule.
So my understanding is that the $6 just pays for the fees for managing these obligation bonds, but that separately the city is putting money in, I guess, by each division to help bring down that $625 to the 20 or 30 years that we're going to find out.
Yeah, for purposes of your FY22 and 23 budget, you are paying just more than $600,000 each year, $605,000 in 22, $625,000 in FY23.
So these payments are above and beyond our payments to CalPERS with regards
That
to
is
the
correct.
unfunded pension
Yes.
liability, correct?
That's right. But
Yes.
you mitigated an unfunded pension liability back in 2007 in favor of these payments.
So this paid off what we owed in 2007, but I think what you mentioned is between 2007 and now we might have included a whole new unfunded liability.
Yeah, there were significant modifications to the CalPERS formulary, their actuarial approach between 2007 and today. Most notably, members of the council might recall that the CalPERS reduced its assumed rate of return, and that then forced unfunded liabilities to go up across all local agencies in the state of California as well for state employees. And so those would be new unfunded liabilities that are incurred. But the pension obligation bonds that the city issued back in 2007, I haven't performed any sort of an analysis on that. I'm speaking again generally as to the pension obligation bond notion. They have fallen out of favor because the pension obligation bonds do not allow you to capture the upside of market growth. It does protect you against the downside for the period of time that the unfunded liability existed up to the point at which you paid them off with the bonds.
So we're locked into these for the foreseeable future?
You are, yes.
And at what point
actually
do
mature in
these payments
2035.
have to occur?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question, Mayor.
At what point do these yearly payments go away?
The bonds mature in 2035.
Ooh. And will the payments be $625,000 a year, or do they go up?
I believe that they range up to a high of $920,000 principal and interest.
Okay, so currently we're in an up year, and that's good. But these bonds will protect us in the down years where rate of returns are very, very weak. And so it's kind of weird that we have to hope for bad to get the good. And with regards to an overall strategy for dealing with their unfunded liabilities, I'm a little bit shocked because I know that we established a 151 trust and we put, I believe, $1.8 million in it, and that it didn't do as well as PERS, but it did pretty good this last year. I think 18%, whereas PERS is at 27% rate of return, where the target is 7%. So it's a really good year. And but in terms of a long-term strategy, like the strategy between now and when these bonds are retired, what do you suggest we do? One of the things I've been trying to understand is let's get more money into the trust. Is that a hedge against the risk associated with these bonds?
Anything that the city can save with respect to these bonds, even taking a look at a 5-year forecast of the anticipated payroll expenses, anticipated, and CalPERS can work with you on this, anticipated costs for CalPERS against those payroll dollars, as well as then factoring in these bond payments, would be a very wise strategy for the city. The single most important thing that the city can do is to manage its operating budget. Because without properly managing the operating budget, you lose the ability to then take a look at the more fun stuff, if you will, which is capital programs and being able to build things and provide infrastructure for your community. The operating budget is in a closely managed operating budget will provide the opportunity to the city to then take dollars that are remaining after that and put them towards capital. And the same, and I'm in a way speaking from a general fund standpoint, but the same principle applies in your enterprise funds and in your assessment districts. Manage those operating budgets in each of those functional areas very well, and you will find that you have the dollars necessary for capital related projects.
Thank you. Interim Finance Director, where do we go from here?
Are there any other questions on the finance department? If not, then we could move forward.
Do we need a motion?
No, I don't think there's a specific action as long as if council is if there's consensus with council just to proceed with the budget as presented.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Presenting the Community Development Department. In the budget, there is the proposed a new full-time assistant planner in fiscal year 22. We will hear from the director in a moment, but let me go ahead and highlight some of these areas. Evaluate the transfer of a full-time position from finance to community development is also presented. Complete the general plan. Fill the building official position. Fill a part-time code compliance officer position. Streamline property maintenance and property nuisance ordinances. Fill the vacant part-time parking enforcement officer position, and also included is the lease of one vehicle. With that, I will ask the director if he can provide some insight on the position of the assistant planner. Tony?
Great. Thank you, Inez. And well, good afternoon, everyone. So with regard to the request for an assistant planner position, there are several reasons for it. First of all, the city, most cities, even this size, have at least one planner on staff, and we have none other than myself pulling double duty as the director as well as the city's planner. And so the reason why we're asking at this point for our an assistant planner position, there are actually several reasons. The primary reason would be to free up my time to allow me to work on larger scale projects and programs, especially economic development, but also to allow me to spend more time working with our consultants that will be coming forward. We're assuming per the parks and master plan related projects that we'll be discussing later on and during the CIP programs. This is also to allow me to also coordinate with the developers as a result of general plan and zoning ordinance updates. We expect that per housing mandates and just also with the way that the market is opening up and per the general plan and what we hope to see come out of the general plan will be an uptick in development in the city itself. And it will also allow me to spend more time finishing the implementation of our existing SB2 and LEAP grants, fulfilling those and making sure that we get the projects compensated for. The assistant planner will also be able to provide CEQA analysis for other citywide capital improvement projects, for instance, many public works projects, even though they don't require full-scale planning programs, they still do require some kind of CEQA analysis, which does take up time. We are anticipating that we will be implementing a new building and planning ERP permitting system soon. One of the reasons why is because HTE is not very customer friendly, and so with a new program, we are hoping to get something that will allow the public to have more convenient access. But at the same time, it takes a lot of time to implement, and so this planner will be taking over some of the daily county-related and phone-related duties that our programs manager, Yvonne, works on to allow her to have more time implementing the new ERP system. This will also, just in general, allow for more just standardized responses to planning related questions. Right now, responses are given either by myself, by Yvonne, or by our code compliance officer. And so we'll at least be able to have a more cohesive response to these day-to-day questions that come in. As with the police department, as we discussed a few months ago, while we continue to entitle new cannabis applications, and it will be at a slower rate, what we have now in front of us and will continue to have as the existing dispensaries continue on and our new businesses come on board is that there will be the requirement for continued annual reporting, not only of the development agreements, but also coordinating with HDL, the annual audits and inspections. And again, that takes up quite a bit of time. And this assistant planner will either be able to coordinate those, or at least by taking up freeing up some of my time, will allow me to continue to do so. And then finally, we're hoping that this person will be able to assist me in applying for additional grants and funding opportunities. Like I said, we've in the last couple of years have received over $300,000 in grants from the state, and we expect that there will be more available out there that we'd like to take advantage of. And then finally, we are also beginning the stages of basically digitizing all of the files here in building and safety as well as planning. This position, again, will free up some of Yvonne's time so that she can coordinate the building and safety portion, but will also be instrumental in maintaining the planning files. And again, the reason for doing this is to, first of all, just make the files safer, because right now they're all paper files and they are beginning to fail physically, but it will also allow the public easier access to them once we get the software in place to move that forward. We're also anticipating that this particular position will be more instrumental in doing SQL analyses for planning related projects as well. We hire out Rincon consultants to help us with this now, and we're hoping that we can save approximately $25,000 annually by reducing the need for consulting planning from Rincon by bringing this in-house. And just quickly, the relationship to the strategic plan is it relates to all of the pillars of this strategic plan, because again, this position will not only allow us to improve customer service, will also free up time here in the department so that we can pursue the larger projects for our strategic plan, for the Parks Master Plan, for the general plan and whatnot. So that is the reasoning behind requesting the assistant planner position at this time.
Councilmember Perez has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stewart. When was the last time we had a planner on staff?
It has been years. I came on 17, and it had been a couple of years at least prior to that when we had a planner on staff.
How would it be complemented, or how is it different from the role that Mr. Kinney now has on contract?
Mr. Kinney pertains strictly to economic development, where, and again, Brick, city manager, and Mr. Kinney and I are working on a program right now where I will be playing a larger role in this, in the economic development realm. But this particular position would take over some of the day-to-day planning duties to allow me to have that larger role. And then, of course, the city manager may at this time want to provide any other information with regard to the plan, or like I said, we'll see how it plays out as we continue to coordinate it.
Yeah, I'd like that addressed, and then maybe also address, I know like in the past year, like, you know, it's been fairly time consuming, and there's been a lot of needs requested by the various different HOAs regarding codes and planning and things like that. Would this position have any kind of a role in that?
Absolutely. If this position doesn't directly, what it would do again would be free up my time so that I can have that direct role. But there will be definitely a direct role in working with the HOAs.
Great.
So my primary concern is we're adding administrative personnel, and whether or not the financing or the revenue will be there in the future to sustain it. And so for me, I understand the city is pretty much built out. I mean, prior to you coming on board, I know there was a number of developments that had to come through your department, planning, I imagine. So with our city nearly built out, there's really we're not anticipating a bunch of additional work to show up because of development. So are we trying to get caught up on things that we're behind on by bringing this position in, or what's the goal?
Okay, so again, the anticipation is through the general plan. We will be looking at certain areas that are ripe for redevelopment, and that will create a definite need to have a planner on board to assist with that.
Can you give me an example of an area like that?
Sure. And I want to get ahead of the general plan, which will be coming to you within the next couple of months. But for instance, just this area that we're sitting in here is we're looking at potentially redeveloping that or redesignating it for a new downtown area, which will provide opportunities for redevelopment in there due to higher density. Another area would be up by the 99-cent store area if that goes through, where that again could be potential for redevelopment. Also, we do have, as I mentioned, with regard to cannabis businesses, we still have potential for additional applications to come in, but we also now have the need for annual reporting, and that's something that's not going to go away. We also have several, like I said, I would imagine, based on the Parks Master Plan, we'll have quite a few projects coming in, which again will be planning related, because the planner or myself will need to entitle those through you as the council. And so again, that's going to be ongoing, I imagine, for the next few years. And finally, I will be looking at retirement at some point here sometime soon. And so this also allows somebody to come in, become familiar, and possibly take over once I retired. So there is, I believe, a long-term need for this particular position.
How, Tony, how does this role, I'm not sure what Yvonne's official title is, but how does this role complement or differ from what she does?
Sure. So she's one of our two programs managers, and her primary duties are to oversee our building and safety division and coordinate that, as well as code compliance. However, she also acts as backup for me with regard to, say, zoning related questions, ones that aren't too complicated. But if somebody comes in or calls up and wants to know what setbacks are for their property or whatnot, she coordinates those. And this position would be basically taking over those duties to free up her time to concentrate more on the building and safety and code compliance aspects of her position.
I have a question. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart, now, in terms of having this person fill in for your potential retirement, why would we not move up someone that has years in the field already and currently does this now and move in?
Your connection went bad, but I think your question is there anybody that's in the pipeline to move up into this position?
In the department.
As
Correct.
assuming that yes, that Mayor Gama got the gist of this. And the question is again, no, I am the only planning person here in the department in the city as a whole. So we have nobody available to move up at this time.
Councilmember Perez, do you have another question?
I do not. Thank you.
So a quick question I have is on the master plan. Is that, when will that be coming to council for approval?
If you're meaning the general plan, we're looking at October 4th.
October 4th? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be a fiscal hawk, and so I'm wondering can we delay this position until the greater need arises?
Again, I think that the need is here, and by the time we get the position filled, because it'll still take several months to get the position filled. We don't have a plan to have it filled right away. So I think by the time we get it filled, we will definitely continue to have the need, if not more so, because again, we should start seeing some of these potential developments start trickling in.
Thank you. Any other questions?
On some of the other positions, but I guess we'll be going through those independently.
Okay, can we move on?
I'm reading through this. Do we have a motion?
For the entire editions or just for this one particular one?
For this particular one, please.
I'll move approval
For which?
for the entire budget. That's as proposed.
Okay, so then I guess I do have some questions before.
Okay. I'm going to have to, just to let you guys know, because we're already past 12, I'm going to have to transition out of my hotel room at 1. I've already asked for extended time, so I'm going to need a break to make that transition. If we could do that at 1 o'clock, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
At the rate we're going, I don't see us getting out of here until much later. So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep things moving.
No, I appreciate that. Okay, so then the part-time code compliance officer. So we have one full-time one. We're asking for an additional part-time one, or is that correct?
So the position is currently budgeted. It's been budgeted since the last budget cycle. We just have not filled it to date. So we're still contemplating getting filled, which is what this means. But this is not a request for a new position at this time.
And then the filling building official position, is that the person that we contract out now to get, that we contract out now that does other cities and themselves too, or is that something different? I'm not sure.
You're correct. So we've had for some time a building official position budgeted. The problem is with the market, we've not been successful in actually getting a good candidate to fill the position. We had one once upon a time, but he found a loophole in PERS that allowed him to get a better retirement if he went back to his former employer. So we haven't, like I said, been able to fill the position since. So that's why we do contract. But again, the idea is at some point we would like to get this back in house so that we have, again, our team that we have now is good. But it'd be nice to have somebody here full time during operating hours to work with our public.
So we're not asking for, these are already budgeted positions. We're just.
Correct. So the only the new ask that we have is the assistant planner position.
Okay. And then I guess the other question is the parking enforcement position. I know there was an issue a while back that because of the way it was structured or something, we had a lot of overtime accrued in that area because they were kind of, you know, there were timing and stuff like that. They weren't able to kind of fulfill that. So we're not asking for, would that resolve that when you actually fill that? Would that resolve that?
Well, we don't have much in the way of overtime with parking enforcement. What we do have is cost savings, but this would definitely help us eliminate that. And again, this is a position that we've had on the books. Unfortunately, the last part-time parking enforcement officer we had became ill, has since unfortunately passed away. And so at this point, we're just looking to refill the position that had been previously filled by that person.
I know a while back, and tell me if I'm right, Mayor Gama had brought up the idea that like there's certain key times of the day where like beach parking is not, people aren't utilizing it because, and there's nobody really to enforce the beach parking. Would this kind of resolve that?
It should, yes. Currently, we do have 2 full-time parking enforcement officers, and one of them works during the normal business hours. The other does work weekends and evenings. And then this particular part-time position would also help again with the off hours, say the early mornings or during the busy seasons as well.
Okay. And I guess my final one is on the smaller, more nimble vehicles to replace the full-time pickup. I thought we had some kind of program already where we lease it out through Enterprise, all our city vehicles and stuff. Is that something different from that?
No, this would be part of that program. This would be leasing a second Ford Escape or something similar through the Enterprise program. It's just letting you know that this is something that we would be doing.
And how old is the current pickup?
Well, the pickup actually we do want to keep as a backup, and also when we bring on the code enforcement part-time code enforcement person, they'd be using that pickup. The truck, I believe, is Jennifer. Is it 07?
07. Oh, I don't know if it's that old.
Okay, it's still a few years old, but again, we're planning on keeping it on our team, so to speak, anyway. But again, it would be more as a backup and used by our part-time code enforcement, whereas this new vehicle would be used by our other full-time parking enforcement officer who is currently using that pickup.
Okay.
Councilmember Perez, your hand is up.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Mr. Stewart, has there been any discussion and or thought as to bringing parking in under the PD side?
We've had that discussion in the past. That's ongoing. Let's put it that way.
So,
thank you.
My question is, in terms of code compliance, have we ever had more than one code compliance officer?
It's been many years since we have. The idea behind this particular position is a couple. First of all, it would be to have somebody available on the weekends, which we currently don't have. And the other would be to work with our businesses. You may or may not be aware, there's obviously quite a bit of interest in helping our businesses out. And so, again, I'm working with Mr. Kinney and City Manager Connors in the larger economic development scheme of things, also with business licensing, would be working with or having this person in code enforcement assist us as well with reaching out to businesses and helping them navigate our processes.
Councilmember Perez, is your hand up again?
Sorry, no, I need to take it down.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I was under the impression that we were going to move parking to the police, to the PD. I'm not sure if Mr. Connors can chime in.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. We are examining that reorganization. It hasn't been activated or decided on quite yet.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Sir, I have a motion from Councilmember Hernandez already to motion to approve the entire budget as presented.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
Okay, Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
We are moving to approve this entire departmental budget review for the community development.
yes, ma'am.
No, for specific reasons, but no.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, sir, you're on mute. If you could restate your vote. Thank you, sir. And Mayor Gama.
No.
Motion passes on a 3-2 vote.
Thank you.
Okay.
Moving on, the Community Development Department is also responsible for the Neighborhood Preservation Program, which is administered, the budget presents amounts for increased rehabilitation loans. The Community Development Department is also responsible for the housing in lieu fees. Approximately $130,000 is budgeted in fiscal year 22 in anticipation of providing $26,500 per unit for the 5 affordable Habitat for Humanity townhomes currently under construction. Are there any questions on those two?
I would like to just make a strong point that this is the kind of budget action that I could fully support because it has direct beneficial consequences to the residents of our city. And I would like to see more of these type of things than instead of personnel. So I would like to make a motion to approve these 2 items.
I can second that.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes,
Perez?
sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Can I hear the motion again, please?
The motion was to approve these 2 items, the neighborhood preservation and the housing in lieu fee.
Okay, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the police department. The patrol division budget includes funding to hire all authorized positions. Currently, or as of June 30th, the department, there were 8 vacant positions. There are various programs within the being presented. Modify access to the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications Service, CLETS, is in there. Out-of-state travel for the police chief is presented. He would like to attend the International Association of Chief of Police. Yes?
I would like to interrupt you for a moment. I believe Councilmember Hernandez needs a break so that she could transition out of her hotel room. So if everybody's agreeable, could we take maybe a 7-minute break, 10-minute break and allow Councilmember Hernandez to get resettled?
Is that enough of a break? Councilman,
That should do it. I'm ready to go. I'm going to have to continue this in my vehicle, so I just need time to get into my car.
All right, can we take a quick 10
Thank
minutes?
you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to go on a special assignment right now. I will return in a few minutes. Thank you.
Now I feel good to move forward.
I think so.
Mayor, would you like me to proceed?
Are we back?
Yes, we're back on the record. I'm sorry to interrupt our interim finance director. If you're ready, we're ready to move on.
Awesome. We're ready. So we started the police department. I think I left off with the out-of-state travel. We also have amounts for 3 new vehicle leases. In the support divisions, we have continued purchase of personnel protective equipment needs, increase the reserve officer staffing as the slide presents, reinstate the park ranger detail, and an increase in the crossing guard operational shared costs as students return to on-site learning. The police department is also responsible for the Citizens Option for Public Safety, the COPS grant, which is the goal of helping law enforcement agencies implement and enhance community policing. There's approximately $100,000 budgeted in each fiscal year. The Traffic Safety Fund is also under the police department, and it's a city share of fines and forfeitures collected by the county. It's basically to help police traffic safety programs, and there's approximately $20,000 in each fiscal year. A new grant that's presented, and that is one of the adjustments that we picked up, was Proposition 64, and it's related to cannabis intervention for the youth, ages 11 through 18, through services of the Boys and Girls Club of Oxnard and Brent's Club program. Approximately $1 million is anticipated to be received and expended. So with that, if council has any questions on the police department, I've highlighted the areas of the police department. If you have any questions, or I would ask for council's concurrence on the police department's budget.
I concur on the police department's budget.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Oh, excuse me.
I just have a comment. Our PD has been lacking and sorely in need of upgrades for a long time, and it's obviously an important part of our infrastructure, and it needs more than this, but we start somewhere and we continue as we can to improve, but it is a very important department that has been lacking for a very long time.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I had a question. What's the difference between a community service officer and a park ranger?
I'll defer to the police chief.
Chief Salinas is doing a presentation, so he asked for Sylvia and I to sit in. So the difference between a park ranger and a community services officer is a park ranger is actually was a detail that was staffed by reserve police officers. It was seasonal. It was from Memorial Day to Labor Day. The community service officer is actually a full-time employee who basically takes reports, assists in handling traffic collisions, and booking and transporting prisoners.
Is a community service officer their job description to be able to go out and besides to visit the parks or the parks and the beaches to kind of observe what's going on, or is it just strictly under the auspices of the ranger?
No, so certainly a community service officer could assist in monitoring the beach and parks. The difference is our park rangers, because they are the position is staffed by reserve officers, they're peace officers, and they have the powers of arrest. Whereas community service officer, even though they are certified by what we call PC 832, they have some limited powers of arrest, but it's limited to things like issuing citations. They don't actually have arrest powers like a reserve officer would. Reserve officers are qualified as peace officers.
So at any given time, I know, tell me where I'm wrong, but at any given time, we have 3 police officers out on the beat per se. At any given time, are there also additional Ranger reserve officers out on the beat?
No. So our minimum staffing policy is 3 officers per shift. We have 4 shifts. We try to staff with 4, but due to our current vacancies, we can't do that. We're struggling now just to staff with minimum staffing. There are reserve officers who are required to work 2 days per month. So they're not actually working as park rangers. The park ranger assignment is seasonal, so it only occurs between Memorial Day and Labor Day. So on any given night, like tonight, there could be a reserve officer on duty. Typically, though, because reserve officers also have full-time jobs, they're usually deployed on the weekends, holidays, special events, etc.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I see that there are 2 trainee positions within the department. Are those positions filled? And if so, what kind of position, what did the duties performed by these positions?
Yeah, so the police officer trainee position is basically a pre-service police officer. So what we did a couple years ago is we came up with the decision to go ahead and sponsor recruits through the police academy. We were having a hard time filling positions by strictly hiring lateral or academy graduates. So this gave us an option which helped us cast a wider net. Currently, we have 1 police officer trainee position that we just filled. He'll be starting, I believe, on August 21st, but he won't be going to the police academy until October. We have another police officer trainee candidate in background. If that person is successful, then both of these police officer trainees will attend the academy in October, with the assumption that if they're successful, they will graduate in April and then they will become full-time police officers.
Okay, thank you. I just also wanted to offer a comment in future budget descriptions that there be a section covering emergency services and the public information function and homelessness as part of the police department responsibilities.
That's noted. I'll pass it on to the chief.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I would just like to make a comment. Since we approved the mental health liaison officer, I know I just massacred the title, but I've been very impressed with the increased activities I've seen with the targeted individuals who have mental health and the homeless and all that stuff. So it's really nice to see results from our approvals.
That position actually filled yet? The homeless coordinator?
Yes, I believe it is by Henry Montalongo.
Officer Montalongo.
Montalongo, yes.
Yes, so the assignment's filled. We're still working on backfilling the position, but the assignment is filled. He's still working his regular patrol shift, but he is coming in and working the homeless liaison officer shift as well.
Okay, how long has he been doing that?
Probably, I imagine, for about a month.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, it's highly visible and I can see results already. So I'm really excited to see that. Any other comments, questions? Do we have any approvals we have to do for the police department?
We would like the consensus on the budget, and then we will address the IT items separately. But we would like consensus on the police department's budgets and the COPS grant and the traffic safety fund. Yes,
I recommend approval.
I'll second that.
I second. Oops, sorry.
Okay, you can have it.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Tried to be like Rollins.
Thank you. I would like to present the information technology in the police department. There were 2 items that we decided we would hold off discussion until we address the police department. In the police department, we have the police mobile data computer replacement at $112,000 in fiscal year ending 23. Additionally, there's a police radio system assessment in the amount of $60,000 in fiscal year 23. If the police would like to provide more information and or Aaron, that would, for council, that would be appreciated.
I can speak to the radio upgrades if Sylvia wants to speak to the MDCs after that. Currently, we're using P25 digital as opposed to analog, but the issue with our radio system is that it's a combination of some old equipment as well as some new equipment. They're also, in October of 2020, the state mandated that we can no longer broadcast criminal justice information or personal identifying information over the air. So the mandate is that we would probably have to look at going to an encrypted system. So that deciding on whether we're going to go to encryption, deciding on what kind of upgrades we're going to implement, and a radio coverage survey are all part of that infrastructure upgrade.
Commander Appleton?
And to add a little bit to the infrastructure, it's just the assessment that's the money that are requested. It is not for the replacement. That does not include any of the replacement of the dispatch consoles or the radios, services, and also the interfacing with the other systems in-house. So that's just the assessment of what we need to do to get where we need to be.
I had a hard time hearing. Sorry. Any questions?
I do, Mayor.
You came in and out.
Sorry, can you hear me clearly
Yes.
now?
Yes.
I have a question
Go
for
ahead.
Commander Appleton. I see the state cops grant, the 100,000. Is that for this specifically you're talking about? Will that help with the funding for that? It's on the presentation, what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, it does not include that 100,000, does not include the COPS grant. I believe that's used for other purposes by finance, but that is not used to supplement this project.
Thank you.
Are any of these programs or equipment covered under, again, the federal recovery, COVID recovery? That would be, I guess.
They can be.
Mayor, are you talking about the American Rescue Plan, sir?
Yes, I'll get that one right.
There is a potential to do that, and we'll review those, the guidance from Treasury at towards the end of this presentation.
Okay. Thanks.
And as far as the laptops, I believe that was another.
Sylvia, I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Better.
As far as the laptops, I believe those are just the replacements for our mobiles that we currently have in place.
And I can give you a little more information on that, Council. Part of the challenge we experience is that the docking stations that hold the devices within the cars are specific to the model of computer that we buy. We have strung it out as long as we can in replacing failed equipment with models that exist and fit into those brackets, but they're no longer available. So the next step would be to replace the entire fleet of the laptops that we have in the mobiles, in the vehicles.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there a way to tie this request to Measure U funding?
Yes, Measure U, at least in the resolution, has allocations associated with public safety, so that could potentially be linked to Measure U.
Yeah, I think it's a really good I think it's a really good idea to link it to Measure U as much as we can, because as we know, the education campaign for the passage of that had a lot to do with the adequate police funding. Okay, so shall we entertain a motion?
Yes.
Move forward to approve, please.
And I believe Councilmember Perez seconded it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to Recreation and Community Services. The department, a new full-time recreation coordinator is presented in the community center. Replacement of park benches, barbecues, picnic tables are also presented. Increase to part-time hours and costs is to accommodate placement of the ocean lifeguards. And there is a new program for merchandise sales presented. The Recreation Division is also responsible for the Senior Nutrition Program, which is a state grant issued by the Ventura County Agency of Aging in support of senior nutrition. There's approximately $3,000 coming out of this division and $33,000 in the Recreation Division. There's also the Parks and Recreation software at $140,000 in fiscal year 22, and the maintenance at $19,200 in fiscal year 23. So with that, I would ask if council has questions on recreation and community services.
I have a comment. I really like the idea of replacing picnic tables and barbecues when they break. I think that's really important because we got into a habit of just removing broken equipment and not replacing it. I do, of course, shouldn't come as a surprise, I do have a concern about the new full-time recreational coordinator. I just feel like that might be really nice to have, but I'm not sure it's absolutely necessary at this time. And I'm a little concerned with a year or two down the road, we have increasing pressures in our retirement, unfunded liability with our pension obligations, and then we have the slowdown coming in cannabis. So I'm just really shy about investing in new positions that we may not be able to sustain over time. But all the other hardware and I have a question about a new program for merchandise sales. Is that like selling hats and t-shirts and stuff?
That's actually for lifeguard apparel. Typically it's red lifeguard apparel. Port Hueneme is unique and we actually use blue. So we are anticipating merchandise sales and having offset on revenue account. So we have approximately 5,000 programmed in expenditures and about 5,700 in revenues for this new program if approved by council.
But what is the new program for merchandise sales? What exactly is it?
You know, I'd like to defer this to the recreation and also give them the opportunity to present information related to the full-time position request.
So I'll open it up, Mayor. Charles Parrott's Deputy City Manager. So you're right, the note about the merchandise sales is what we were just talking about. It's the idea of producing Port Hueneme specific merchandise for sale, helping us brand the city. We've probably all seen other Ventura County or Santa Barbara County apparel, other cities, and we're looking to do the same, to have a sweatshirt or a hat or some such thing.
Can I recommend calling it Hueneme Beach instead of Port Hueneme?
Yeah, I think that is definitely to be determined in a larger picture, but the concept is something that represents the city and selling the merchandise so that people are able to show that they're proud of our city and kind of help in a way market the city as well. Just to go back to the staffing request, so as the council recall earlier this year, Parks Master Plan was approved and included a number of different physical improvements, but it also addressed a program rebirth an enhancement of our recreation programming, which is consistent and was also discussed during our strategic plan. At a recent council meeting, council got to hear about the activities and ongoing efforts of the existing staff in Recreation and Community Services Division. Hopefully it was clear from that presentation that there's not a lot of extra staff resources. So in order to kind of take on this recreational programming, marketing, enrollment, oversight, management of contractors, employees, et cetera, we have identified a need for a person to do that. So that's what the big picture of that person, what role they would have. Anna, the manager for this division, is on the call and can provide additional specifics if it's the pleasure of the council.
Please.
Sure, good afternoon. I do want to say I'm very conservative in my approach, and I've essentially been making this evaluation for a period of 4 years now, and I have come to the determination that it is appropriate request. Our full-time recreation coordinator request is based on the following factors for your consideration. One being multiple locations outside of the respective operation and programming efforts at the community center and beach. We have opportunities and desire to establish regular programming presence at newly considered Wainimi High School's pool facility for the Learn to Swim program, the museum. There is a community and staff space in Miranda Park, and a small community room is also proposed for Bolker Park, where there is a critical need for program offering. It is imperative that we are out in the community, and I think that was really revealed and shown to us during our Prop 68 grant outreach. And that's the best way to serve our residents. As it stands right now, one of us, as far as full-time staff, is still limited to being here at the community center a majority of our afternoons, just to maintain coverage to keep this building open. The expectation for this division is a rebuild and revitalization of infrastructure that does not even exist as it stands right now. And just to name a few of those, that's building the program offering, it's open solicitation for volunteer and independent contract instructors, the software build and implementation, ongoing website enhancement and course catalog development, the redevelopment of our parks and museum designed with programming in mind. And those in particular will take a considerable amount of staff time. Additional grant opportunities in the administration of those grants. Just this year alone, we still have the per capita program that will be coming before you in December. And there's also the outdoor equity grant that's also up for review by staff as it stands right now. The skill set that we need in order to keep all of these projects moving at the pace that we would like to see is an element of project management skills that could be afforded to us with this type of coordinator job classification. I have a hard time being in all places at once, and that's why I'm asking for this assistance. Our recreation and ocean safety supervisor position right now is consumed with the lifeguard program offering, and we'll be adding pool services as a year-round component. Currently, we only, other than the two of us, have two part-time recreational staff, and this is primarily a facility host job classification that is maintaining the operational need beyond normal business hours and is primarily aimed at facility rentals in the senior nutrition program. So that takes us, anything that's run at the community center beyond the 5 o'clock hour into the evening, and then again until midnight on Saturdays. This job classification, it's inadequate to take our vision forward and lacks the level of discretionary authority to act independently. And that's what's key for me. We need more than just a facility host. We need someone we can hand projects to so they can have that level of discretionary authority. Regularly interfacing with a full-time staff member is also essential for us. Working in an environment where the staff hours are split after normal business hours is not helping us achieve our goal. And it really comes down to the depth of slated projects, the operational logistics, and the division of staff amongst all of those locations throughout the entire city.
Anna, what would the candidate, what is your best description of this candidate for this position? What would be the most important aspect of this recreation coordinator position?
Loosely, we have a job classification that touches on planning, coordinating, implementing the daily activities of recreational programs, including facility uses, recreation, and special events. It recruits, selects, schedules, motivates, evaluates, and trains program staff. So this isn't, we need to expand by our use of volunteers. We need to expand our ability to interface with residents, be in the park system, and engaging people at all of those respective locations that I mentioned. And I need someone who can be an extension of Jason and myself in order to do so.
Yeah, and I would like to suggest that what we need is a highly experienced recreational person who's highly enthusiastic, who we're going to see all over the city promoting youth recreation and senior recreation. I have to marvel at Mayor Pro Tem Rollins' pickleball endeavor. I mean, the success of that pickleball thing is amazing. And so I'm excited I want to hear that whoever this coordinator is going to be somebody that's going to bring big life into our recreational programming here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Councilwoman Hernandez, your hand is
Thank you, Mayor Gama. Thank you, Ms. Hanley, for your presentation. That is the best position justification that I've heard today. And that is something I think you set the bar and you set the example for other department heads. When we come to evaluating positions, that is exactly what I look to hear. So thank you for that. That was very thorough and well presented. I have two areas I wanted to ask you now. There was a discussion on the $140,000 Rec and Parks computerized system. I would like you to speak to that. And then I had another question regarding senior nutrition and how that's being funded, because it looks like revenue is going to be decreasing in the next few years. Can you answer those questions for me?
Sure. As far as the software is concerned, as I mentioned earlier, I will admit I'm very conservative in my approach. We came from this division, we already planned for a way to phase ourselves into any type of project of that level. So because again, I think everyone has a high level of anticipation when it comes to this need and our ability to deliver these things here and now. We wanted to explore an off-the-shelf product as far as a software offering is concerned, because it is cumbersome for our users as it stands now to not be able to have their registration processed without the ability to use a credit card. I think all of us have registered for various things throughout our daily lives, and it's usually a few taps on your phone and you're good to go. So that's something that we need to implement sooner rather than later. We have found online various products that are offered where we could create individual templates based on just an individual course offering. So say we had our gymnastics instructor come back, he wants to offer this course next month. We go in and we build a template. We could release that link, through our website and have people give them the ability to immediately register for that course. Associated with that type of software is a transactional fee. And so what we were originally building into the budget for this year would be essentially the cost of doing business. We could pass on a percentage of that payment gateway cost to the user. There's also a back-end software fee at a rate of usually about 99 cents per transaction. So there is a cost of doing business that could essentially supplement what the overall cost of a larger software, a more comprehensive product would provide. But there's a real benefit in exploring the comprehensive product because it could also be something tailored and built specific to this city. It could help us do all of the registration and facility rental components. And when I think there's real truth in something I heard earlier, it's when our parks are redeveloped and we have this incredible offering of amenities throughout the city that people want to take advantage of, we need a way to funnel them through this registration process with ease in a very clean and fluid way, not something that's going to be clunky, which quite frankly, this initial phase, it looks as though it would be a bit clunky. But I think it still gets us a little bit closer to where we need to be. We found a mid-level product that could be somewhere in the tune of around $20,000 to get started with an annual cost of about $6,000. That's also something to be considered. Again, it's an evolutionary process towards what was the recommendation from the IT master plan, which is the $140 ticket item. So as far as this division is concerned at this point in time, all of those things can be considered, but we're working in stages to get to where we need to be. So it is something that's included for your consideration, but we are not essentially proposing the expenditure of $140,000 today for that software need from my point of view. As far as the senior nutrition program is concerned, the reason that the revenues coming from VC AAA are so high, it's because it's still associated with the COVID criteria that we're still servicing all of our clients that qualify for our program. It was intended that set of criteria would cease in September, and therefore we would see a reduction or we would flatten back to our typical numbers through the course of the year. So that still remains to be seen, but I actually think we'll end up at a bit higher rate than we'll say from 2-3 years ago.
Councilmember, if I may add to that, the revenue, there was, when we presented the budget, one of the adjustments that we included was item number 6, and it was revenue in the amount of $35,000. So that was an adjustment to the budget that you will see. It's currently not in the printed document that council did receive.
Okay. So I'm looking at the Schedule 2 summary of expenditures. Where would the senior program lie in your budget? What program does that fall under? Or function does that fall under?
I actually believe it's represented elsewhere in the budget. I believe the account number starts with 252. It may not be represented.
Yeah, I'm not looking. The
Schedule
2 doesn't have the Schedule 2 doesn't have the budget numbers. So I just see Rec and Community Services, Rec Administration, Community Center, Parks and Facilities, Culture and Leisure, and then Lifeguards. So
let me go ahead and direct council there. Part of the amounts of $33,000 are part of the recreation division, and some of that's for salary and operational costs. The other fund, though, is in the special revenue funds, and it is on Roman numeral page 25, I believe. It's under the senior nutrition grant.
right, that's the revenue, but I'm talking about the expenditures. So
Schedule 2 is the expenditure category. Schedule 2 is expenditure. Yes.
yeah, I don't see it, but that's okay. I don't want to hold up everybody. Okay, so regarding the $140,000 software program, do you expect that if it's, did we approve that? I can't remember if we approved it or not. No, we did not. Okay, so if we don't approve it today, what's the chance that you're going to come back later on in the year and make a request to fund it?
This is city manager. The 140,000 was an IT master plan, rough order of magnitude. There's already been several parts of Analysis looking into alternate or different versions of software. We expect that would be the top end. So all you would do is create a budget wedge to fulfill the software need. The actual amount would be potentially significantly less than 140,000. It just creates a wedge for us to do that.
Like a place mark, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So are we approving that in conjunction with this this item, all the budget request has discussed here?
We would look
Yeah,
for council.
I was going to suggest I motion to approve all of them.
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to speak yet. I had my hand raised.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my questions are on supplies and equipment. Are these going to be now under the Recreation Division budget, or are they still under Public Works or Facilities budget? Who will determine what is needed, and how will they be installed, and how much money is set aside for that? I may not have picked up where.
There's versions of both in both facilities and as well as Parks and Rec, depending on what the item is. Mainly to have an additional responsiveness to immediate needs when these items fail or abuse. So I think it's 25,000 in the parks budget, but I think it's more than that in the facilities.
What does that mean? I mean, does it mean that when somebody crashes into a flagpole, it's going to be immediately repaired? Is that what we're talking about?
No, this is. Go ahead, Sigmund.
This for Parks and Recreation is mainly for features at our parks that are damaged, need to be replaced, abused, need to be replaced, and the fund will continue to be replenished if it's drawn down from.
But that's kind of like a problem that I have is that, and I appreciate Anna's justification for the position. However, what's frustrating, and I hope it's equally frustrating for Anna and her team, is that, you know, we see our fields in our parks aren't up to good working order. When things get damaged, they don't get repaired. When we have a couple things that have been over a year. And so is this budget, I mean, and then it always seems to be a battle between parks and public works. So going back to that example, whether or not the person who crashes into the flagpole has insurance, is our parks going to be repaired upon discovery of a broken item? Do we have a budget for that?
That is the intention of this line item, is from my perspective, is as it works now, we'll get a call from, facilities or public works and say, we're slated to replace or repair X item, be it the mulch in the playground, the surface, or there's a particular park bench that's in a state of disrepair. They are not independently budgeting for the replacement of those items.
Why not?
Was I muted?
Just for a second.
Something happened.
I'm sorry.
There.
I'm sorry.
My screen changed. I don't know what's going on.
These items used to be budgeted annually, and then there was a reorganization of this division, and those costs were no longer represented anywhere. They weren't in facilities, they weren't in public works, and they weren't in the parks and community services, and recreation. And so we're looking to reinstate a fund to have readily available for the replacement of screens when it comes to the tennis courts. We need to have the dollars allocated and ready for use. So yes, that's also one of the intended goals of our in-park evaluation system, is to be the eyes and from the user experience to identify those needs, and then have the funds to ask facilities and or public works to handle the installation and preparation of those items.
So all of these items will be in the recreation division budget. Let me just, like, for example, one of your staff observes that there's a broken picnic table, and they know that they go then to Public Works and say, we need to get it fixed, and that physically they'll do it, but then the budget for that table will be in the recreation division budget. Correct or not correct?
Yes, correct. What we're doing is trying to create alignment also as far as the design and the style. So as we transition these park systems into it and redevelop them, there has to be maintenance as far as what products are used and how we're transitioning each of those respective areas and amenities. And so that will live within community services and recreation.
I mean, I'm probably getting a little detailed, but the philosophy of that, I think is good. Like, I think the recreation community services can best determine kind of like the recreation and community service needs of the community through those equipment, even though maybe it's another division that does the physical installation of it per se. But then those needs and stuff, because they're all tied into programs and community service, I applaud if in fact what you're saying is it will now be under the community services division. The other question I had is, I know the position is a recreation coordinator, and in different cities, the different titles, be it recreation leader, recreation coordinator, recreation supervisor, where would that coordinator position fill in relation to the current supervisor position? Would they both be reporting directly to you? Is there some differentiation from your standpoint regarding the requirements for job responsibilities, level of ability, those types of things?
Sure. We haven't gotten into defining the position just at that level of scrutiny just yet. But I see this as, it's not a management position. This position would report directly to me or to Jason. So it would be a coordinator, a step below the supervisory role. But we need to expand what we have at our disposal beyond that of the recreation attendant classification.
Yeah, I may be wrong, but I think the coordinator position gets paid more than the ocean lifeguard position. Am I correct?
No,
I'll just say from my experience, whether you call them a supervisor or coordinator, the fact that they would report directly to you because they have ideally completely different program areas and areas of purview. And the fact that I gather what you have mentioned is that the aquatics person, between what they do and what the new aquatics program that I'm going to touch base on it next, will be expansive enough that, this person, ideally that you hire them, can kind of like under your direction, really hit the ground running for those types of needs that you had expressed.
Yes, that's what I need. I need someone who can hit the ground running. Again, it's really emphasizing that discretionary authority. I need people that can act independently to execute these projects.
Now, where are you going to house? Where are you planning to house this person? Are you planning to use a satellite location, be it one of the parks? Is everything going to be based out of the community center?
It's realistic to act. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, for a period of time, I think it's reasonable that they would be acclimate here at the community center. But really, ideally, we have these community spaces in our park system, and I would like to see those open and staffed. But we can ultimately do that with part-time or volunteer staff, but we're going to need someone that can be a rover that's helping to coordinate these efforts at all of these respective sites. I mean, it could be a daily stop at, hopefully eventually we have something in Boulder that's constructed. We have the museum open and ready, revitalized for business. And then we've got Miranda Park. We have someone, engaging all of these different locations.
I guess my final question would be on the additional part-time hours for the Learn to Swim program. It seems fairly a low amount. But from your analysis, what will that comprise of? What's your vision for the program there right now?
Sure. So I actually had this pretty incredible opportunity to network with Ventura Aquatics, and they have agreed to support and partner with us in the development of water safety instructor staff. But they also agreed it's quite an undertaking. Starting out small is probably what we're going to be able to do. Our goal was October. So again, we were only proposing to go live with two courses this fall. And I think that's why the numbers are on the lower end. But then eventually in spring, summer, and fall. So we would like to have a year-round offering, staffing at least 4 classes, and then always looking to add more as we go. But because this is a pilot program, we budgeted as such.
Okay. I guess I would put my little push where I've seen fairly diverse aquatics programs. I think this is a very first good step that you guys are doing to make sure that it's done right. But eventually I would hope to see, at least on the aquatics division, that you serve not only the youth, which I think is essential, but also maybe the youth from a recreational standpoint, during the summer, being able to go out and utilize the Wainimi pool for recreational swim. And then you look forward to perhaps, adults and stuff like that who also, I've gotten the impression, need, some kind of an aquatic services and stuff. So excellent first step. I like the fact that you're going to be emphasizing the development of a volunteer program to utilize our community in helping the community be a better place to live. So developing that volunteer programming thing, I think would be a great role that this recreation coordinator takes on. And then that's about it. And I like your tiered approach as far as the computerization. I think it's archaic to kind of do it like the pen and paper setup right now, and even and the ability to online reservation, online programming. I just want to make sure that that we don't spend a lot of money out in this without that bang as far as what actually is providing for the community. So great.
Thank you. When we see $140,000, I think we all stiffen up a little bit and go, really, is it really that expensive? Also, I do know that Oxnard Union High School District has an online enrollment program that they use for sports and stuff like that. So they could be a really good resource to try and keep that cost down. But from the policy standpoint, what I hope is happening is on the Learn to Swim program that we are create a mechanism to feed our junior lifeguard program, because in order to participate in junior lifeguard program, you have to know how to swim. So I really think the long-term vision of that program from the policy standpoint is pretty awesome, that we're going to make a commitment to the swimming needs of our community, and we're going to develop them all the way to ocean safety and junior lifeguards. So I just want to encourage you to work really hard on that. I think it's something that's really important for our community. Going back to this, the functionality and the where our parks are right now, I just want to make sure that we are addressing the needs of our parks. And I know it's been frustrating for us at the policy level, trying to get our parks up to speed for soccer, for softball, for all those good, wonderful activities. Also the senior activities that we have in place. We want to see those continue. So would this, the coordinator position, I want to approve it, but I also want you to know that I'm having huge, high expectations for that position. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for a qualified person to come in enthusiastically generating recreational activities in our parks, provided that our parks are up to speed. So it's a little frustrating to hear that we have to go through all these contortions to fix something that gets broken. And so whatever budget item needs to be addressed, I just want to know that when something gets broken, it's going to get fixed. It's not going to be ignored and removed and we're going to forget about it. I just want our focus to make sure our parks are safe, are ready to go, and are ready to be occupied in a professional and safe manner. And so I have great expectations, and I hope my expectations can be exceeded. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Is that your motion?
Oh, you know what? Before we vote, I wanted to bring up some of the stuff that Rich Rollins and I have been working on the sidelines with Boys and Girls Club. Erin from Boys and Girls Club said that she's basically giving us the green light to use the basketball courts off of their facility here in Wainimi. The only thing is that they'd be charging us for the like an hourly rate for about $20 or maybe less, I think is what she said, just because they have to have like an employee there. I know we haven't talked about it or anything, but she's basically giving us like the green light so that I mean, in my mind, I was thinking we'd be able to use that facility to open it up for the public. Maybe have one side of the court be for youth, another side be for anybody to use, like let's just say adults, right? So I'm just throwing that out. I had done some calculations, like if we open it up 3 hours a week, 3 hours a day for 3 times a week for half the year, it would cost us $4,600. So just, I wanted to throw that out, like I know it just, I don't know, just wanted to let you guys know.
We have an outdoor court. We have a couple outdoor courts at 2 of our parks. And so I would like to see those utilized as well. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, your hand is up again.
Yeah, my only additional comment to this, and it ties into like what Councilman Martinez says and what you have said, is that I really highly recommend that when you're doing this recruitment, that you recruit for people that are professionals in that particular area. That they live and breathe that they can really identify community needs and then turn those community needs into like actual programs. That they're proactive, that they're doing some of the things like going out to the Boys and Girls Club and seeing how you can coordinate facilities so you're not duplicating and creating programs. At the aquatics, working with the high schools and stuff like that to develop those relationships. Perhaps even doing little outreach things like at Boker or at some of the condominium complexes over there. I noticed that there's all sorts of like small public pools, and maybe you need to do some satellite things. Anyway, the ultimate thing is I really want. I would really highly recommend that there's a fairly extensive recruitment process to get people who that's going to be their profession and they live and breathe it. And I think that will bring vitality to the community in general.
I agree, and I appreciate this feedback. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? I believe there's a motion and perhaps a second. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. I have a motion from Councilmember Martinez to approve the Recreation Community Services entirety, and a second by Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, let's move on to a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez? Oh, we may have lost her. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama.
I want to give a highly
Yes.
enthusiastic, huge yes with great expectations for success for the youth and seniors of our community. Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Perez, I received your yes as well, so that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on. Interim Finance Director.
Nez and Brick, you are on mute.
Somebody needs to write a song about it. You're on mute.
I think we're having some technical issues. If you could just bear with us for just a brief moment, everybody.
They're dropping like flies.
Dropping like flies.
We need improved computer system. What is this?
We already voted on it.
Oh, okay.
Improvements to come.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Can you hear us, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to confirm council's consensus on the departmental budget for recreation, the recreation coordinator, and approval of the Parks and Recreation software and the senior nutrition program. Is that correct?
Yes.
With all the reservations on the software, yes.
Okay, and that was what was recorded, correct, City Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you. Give me a moment. Okay, moving forward then to the facilities division. Budgetary changes in fiscal year 22 and 23 include moving janitorial services under this division from the recreation, adding part-time custodial personnel rather than custodial contract services, modifying the housing program manager position to a director. There is an increase in part-time for grounds maintenance and custodial work to be offset by the reduction in overtime. There is increased operational expenses as presented on the slide for rent at the industrial building. And capital funding for coordinated effort. We just spoke about this in the recreation division, but there are also funds in this division just to coordinate efforts for the replacement of continued park benches, barbecues, picnic tables, and so forth. So with that, I would ask if council has any questions or comments at this time.
Modifying the,
I have no questions, but I do recommend we move forward and approve.
for the
second.
Hang on. So questions, I just wanted to have a quick question to the city manager. I notice here it's modifying the housing program manager to director, the thought process behind that?
The original position for housing was a director position that was reduced to a management position due to some legacy issues with the program. And the directorship component of it that was upgraded to the city manager. I think we've fixed and resolved the legacy problems to a great extent. Plus, that particular Department of Housing and Facilities has expanded their role and functions considerably since that time frame. And so it makes sense from an organizational standpoint and a positional standpoint to return that original position back to directorship.
Okay, I guess the question two would be the grounds maintenance and grounds maintenance. What is that for the parks or is it for the buildings and why is ground maintenance kind of spread out?
That is a little bit of confusion because there are differing functions in terms of park support with landscaping, grounds maintenance at each one of the parks, where Public Works has a component of it and Facilities has a component of it. So that may be the reason behind the confusion, but both Public Works and Facilities are involved with maintaining parks to varying degrees.
How do we get better maintenance at the parks? Fields, I mean, isolating the fields out.
Well, it gets to defining the work, staffing the work, and then budgeting the work. So part of it is going to be a combination of detailed service levels associated with each one of the amenities, a PM, a preventive maintenance, a discipline schedule, a software to support the execution of that. We have quality assurance that parks and community service, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services will step up and they will provide audits for quality in all those areas and a kind of recurring investment in execution of all those duties.
So so would we then see immediate improvement in our parks, fields?
Immediate? I don't think, depending on what improvements you're talking about. When we put a level of effort into Bubbling Springs and Miranda for the spring season, in particular Little League, the concerted effort generally had significant visual improvements. There are a lot of systemic legacy obsolescence and delayed maintenance issues that will not be resolved in the immediate future, but there'll be steady progression.
Yeah, because
when we get to the end, we'll talk about priorities for parks as part of our CIP program. So I think the bigger concern is once we make the investment into our parks in terms of capital projects and planning, we want to be able to sustain the investment that we make in our parks.
So that's kind of my problem is that, for example, at a park, there's caution tape around a fenced off area that has been there for several months. In fact, it's been there so long, the caution tape has eroded till you can't even tell it was, I mean, I know it was caution tape, but the repairs haven't been initiated. So trying to understand why there is that disconnect. I mean, and how are we going to resolve it in this budget?
Sorry, Mayor Gama, if I may interrupt here for a second. I just want to clarify one thing. I should have, I probably spoken up a little bit sooner in regards to the ground maintenance. Currently, the ground maintenance part-time position is a janitorial position. So during the class and comp study, I'm sure we're going to be able to fix that mistake. But when we're talking about increasing part-time salaries for ground maintenance and custodial work, it is all custodial work. So what the hope is here is that we are increasing part-time hours only during the summer in order to better maintenance our bathrooms, especially out at the beach park. So right now during the summer, we are cleaning the bathrooms anywhere between 2 times to 3 times a day and picking up that trash. I know that's a bit confusing when you see ground maintenance, but it's just because that's the classification that the position currently has. And I hope I'm able to clear that up.
So what you're saying is the people that work under you don't cut the grass?
That is correct.
Okay, because that is another part of my issue is like, you know, oftentimes even here at City Hall, the grass was 12, 14 inches. And I'm wondering, how do we get on schedule to have the grass cut timely?
Yeah, I would hope in the organizational chart that's developed with these positions that there's a singular focus on landscape maintenance that is not watered down under too many different, too much organizational supervision per se, as far as being able to say, this is their particular area, they're responsible for it, there's ownership in those particular areas, they're all reporting to one person who that's their main emphasis, and they have the ability then in turn to act on what those needs are without having to go through too much bureaucracy. And I know like it's bounced around a lot right now, you know, well, this particular person does this for this person, but no, on this facility, it's done by this way. And on this facility, it's done by a whole other section. It just seems a little convoluted to me.
So I could clarify and maybe hopefully give you some answers. Anything that has to do with janitorial, cleaning of the bathrooms, that's whether it's in the parks or inside our buildings, that is our custodial staff, that is under my division, along with facility maintenance. So facility maintenance consists of anything that has to do obviously with the buildings, along with the pier. We do maintain the pier, we maintain the lighting, we pick up the trash within the bus stops, but we do not pick up trash in the parks, nor do we pick up the trash on the beach. That is a landscape maintenance function. And anytime you need any clarification on where the duties lie in, please let us know or ask us, and we'll be more than happy to clarify anything for you.
So with this fence issue at Miranda Park, I think it's a tennis court fence. Who's responsible for fixing that? I guess it would be the people that put the caution tape out there and the cones, but it's been several months and the weeds have grown, but nothing has been done to correct it.
So in regards to that issue itself, when we were doing the NG project, we realized that the fence needed repairs. There was caution tape put around it. And then Dawn's Public Works went ahead and is fixing that issue with the fence.
It hasn't been initiated. That's one of our, again, it goes back to the flagpole being mowed down at Ventura Road and Surfside. It was a year and a half ago and it's still mowed down and broken, and as is the wall.
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Villafana will be able to answer those questions when the Public Works budget review comes up.
Thank you.
So like the playground equipment, that would be under facilities maintenance, not under recreation, but the actual equipment budget is going to be under recreation, but Public Works is going to actually put it in. I know you guys probably know it intimately. It just seems from, you know, just kind of an organizational thing. It kind of lends itself to all this. A and B are my area, but then when you move to C, it's this person's area, and then you move it to D and E, it's another person's area.
So maybe the way we can look at it a little bit more clearly here is you can think of the facilities division of being the contractor. We are the contractor for Anna's department. There is a slide that is broken. Anna goes ahead. We probably will notify Anna because we're the ones going out there to checking the equipment. We'll let Anna know, hey, we have a broken slide. It is under Anna's budget. And then she will authorize us to go ahead and purchase it. So we do work concurrently together. You can see us more as a contractor for anything that the city needs.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
No.
Shall we have a motion on department budget for the facilities division?
Sure, I do have a motion from Councilmember Hernandez and a second from Councilmember Martinez already on the book.
Okay, let's roll call it.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez? She may be absent for this roll call. I'll give her a minute to reply. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez, are you able to vote? I'm not sure who's
You're
Yes.
unintelligible.
I will notate that that's a four, approved by majority vote, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next department, we have Public Works. And the first division is engineering. Engineering is looking at bear with me just for a moment. We are a request for a new full-time senior engineer position.
Can we just deal with that one first, please?
Absolutely. So I think we'd like to hear from Don on the support for the senior engineer position for council's edification. Don?
Good afternoon, Council. How are you? Senior engineer, first of all, this position is funded primarily through the enterprise funds and gas tax funds. So it has very little effect, very little draw from the general fund. We have a facilities master plan for PHWA, the water treatment plant. We have numerous capital projects for the water division. We have a robust 5-year pavement maintenance plan. We are keeping the streets in very good condition. And then we also provide technical support to other departments for project management. But this position is primarily funded by enterprise funds because we have water, a lot of water projects. We've got storm drain projects, and we have some wastewater projects. We have street projects, and this will free up some of my time instead of being a project manager to deal with regional issues like continued involvement with water supply issues and other things. So that is what this position is for. And as I said, it is primarily funded through enterprise funds. I believe Inez has the exact breakdown, but it's more than 3/4 funded by enterprise funds.
So how is that engineer going to improve those issues that we're speaking of earlier? Rapid response to repairing infrastructure in our parks.
Okay, this position only has, Inez, could you give me the breakdown of the how much is funded by general fund on this, please?
Actually, we're showing 30%, and then we're showing water fund, gas tax funds, et cetera. But out of the general fund, I'm showing 30%.
30%?
Correct.
Okay, 30% is general fund, Mayor Gama. So that person would also be available to assist in managing projects for repair. We hired a structural engineer that did the repair. We assisted facilities. We took over the project for that cracked retaining wall down at the beach and the flagpole that went down. Now that has to be an engineered plan, and we've got the plan completed. We had a job walk. I will be coming back the second meeting in September to award a contract to get that done. So that is taken care of. The person would also be, when you have things like damaged the fence that's at one of the tennis courts, okay? A structure over 6 feet tall needs an engineered plan. Those things are subject to wind loading. That has to be an engineered plan for the replacement of that. That person would typically, manage the design or contract out the design to have that done and manage the project. So this person would be a technical person that would handle some of those projects and relieve that workload on me, which basically I'm doing right now, in addition to the other responsibilities I have.
Mr. Villafano.
Yes.
I know one of the continuing struggles is that as we move forward later in the budget, we have a long list of capital improvement projects, and with not the staff necessarily to get them done in any kind of short-term or medium-term way. Is that being addressed in some way?
The 30% that's funded by the general fund would provide that person, that senior engineer, would be in support of those capital projects that are general fund. For example, in the Parks Master Plan, contracting out with a landscape architect, consultant, and civil engineer to design a repair remediation of the fields, which need to be graded. And you need a topographic survey of the field. You want to make sure that you've got all the irrigation located, and you want to grade it out from the infield at no more than 2%. So that, and those are all things that this senior engineer could assist in and expedite some of those projects which are in the Parks Master Plan, because the person is 30% funded by the general fund.
Okay, and this might have been, I should have addressed it to Abby, or maybe not. I'm just not sure what area it is. There's been discussion, the capital improvements that they're doing to improve the courts, be it the lights or whatever. But as far as the maintenance of the courts, washing the courts, is that a facility thing, or is that a landscaping thing, or is that something else?
After the pickleball courts are upgraded, Gabriella and I will be meeting, and we'll be putting together a comprehensive plan for maintenance. It'll probably be shared duties because of our limited staff, but we will be coming up with a plan, and I will be working with facilities to come up with a plan, and certainly we will present it to council so that you are aware of what the plan is for maintaining the courts.
Yeah, or even the basketball courts. Like I noticed the other day that some creative people went there and did their own little chalk murals all over the place, and I'm thinking, well, it's been there now for a month and a half, and as that kind of fit through the cracks, besides going through Wainimi Go, who does that type of stuff?
That would be a facilities function there, or they would have to be power washed. And so that would be something that facilities would be handling.
Okay.
Don, excuse me, I wanted to correct the allocation to the general fund is 40% to water, 10% gas tax, and 10% to wastewater. My apologies for misstating it at 30.
All right, well, this person would be available, as I said, to facilitate the implementation of quicker capital projects, and that's what we're looking for.
Thank you.
And how will that coordinate within our existing senior engineer, how is that? Are there different roles that person does versus the current senior engineer?
The current senior engineer is a retired person that we have working through a third party, and they provide specific tasks. Took care of the floodplain management for the city that was required by FEMA, handles the requirements for Gold Coast Transit, has worked with the Navy on agreements for the bus stops and maintenance of our the guardrail along Wainimi Road. A lot of things, a lot of special projects. So those are the things that person has been handling for us.
So what is Charles' title then? I thought he was a
principal. He's a principal engineer.
Okay, so what is the difference between a senior and a principal?
A principal engineer is the next level up and is my immediate replacement. He is a registered civil engineer, and in my absence would be acting public works director.
I see. Okay.
So just to be clear, we're no longer going to contract with the engineering services from, I believe it's the city of Camarillo. We're going to bring on someone full-time here at the city of Port Hueneme.
We do not contract with anyone from the city of Camarillo.
Okay, I apologize, but the engineer,
the inspector,
the inspector, we have the inspector through a third party. This is not an inspector position.
But is this position going to replace a contracted engineer?
Partially.
Okay. So then we should expect to see better response time on projects, repair projects.
Yes.
Okay. Any more discussion or questions? I'm waiting for a motion. If there is none.
I'll make the motion to move forward and approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez, not able to hear her vote. Mayor Gama,
No.
motion passes 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 absent.
Right.
In addition to the position, engineering has a couple of projects that are presented before you. The resurfacing of Ann Street, Phase 1, the supportive development of the Parks Master Plan. Don went through this list already, but if council has any specific questions related to the engineering division, we'd be more than glad to address them. If not, we would be looking for consensus on the remaining engineering division's budget.
Can you show us the dollar support amount for the development of the Parks Master Plan? I'm a little unclear on that.
Mayor, the Development Park Master Plan is pending, mainly CIP initiative. We'll talk about that and the priorities for council at that time.
Do we have any numbers to associate with the second part of this slide?
Second part of the slide,
Which budgeted areas for this 2-year budget include?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Mayor.
It says here on the slide that the second bullet point, significant budgeted areas in this 2-year budget include. So I'm going to my budget.
Yes, so these are projects that will be undertaken by engineering.
You know, just maybe I'm alone on this, but perhaps in the future, when we're looking at a new budget, we could look at last year's budget and what this year's budget's going to entail.
Okay, actually, we look on, if I can guide you to page 118 of the budget document.
Okay. I was on 146. Wow. 118?
118. Presents the engineering division. It shows the actual amount from a year ago, the revised amount for fiscal year ending 21, recommended budgets for fiscal year 22 and 23. On page 119, it gives you line by line.
Yeah, it's like 100% increase.
Yes, it's going from a revised estimate of 397,000 to 609,000 in fiscal year 22, and it remains relatively flat in fiscal year 23. If we were to look at the primary increases, there is the request for the engineer, which we just discussed, and that's in personnel. In operations, the budget goes from 201,000 to 259,000. The primary area is contract services miscellaneous, and that was presented as the agreement with the county to provide construction inspector and engineering mapping studies is the primary reason for that increase. And the other items remain flat. That's the detail of the increase in the engineering division.
Yeah, my only comment or concern is, we really want to see better response time at the service level in, I guess, our parks maintenance aspects of this. And so my question is to Mr. Villafana is this going to improve our ability to deliver our services at the end user level?
The increase, as I said, the senior engineer is going to be able to provide a more rapid response to capital projects, which is a plus, and they're 40% general fund. So yes, in that category. Earlier this morning, I sent out an update to the council on our landscape division and letting you know where we are and what we've been working on and the progress we're making, and basically a recommendation of short-term and long-term solutions. And I don't know if you had the opportunity, Mayor Gama, to look at that, but certainly we're hopeful that with the class and comp study and the implementation of incentive pay, that we'll be able to fill the vacancies in landscape and also be able to hire a working lead arborist so that they can oversee the tree trimming project and assist in overseeing landscape. So yes, if we're optimistic, especially with the class and comp and incentive pay implementation, that we'll be able to provide that service once we can flesh out and fill our vacancies in landscape.
Yeah, because I don't know about the other council members, but myself, a trigger for me is seeing weeds and grass growing and not being cut and maintained. And so, I just want to emphasize how important that is for a city to look good, to be well maintained and all that. So that's my hope.
Oh, I certainly agree with you. And please, if you have not had the opportunity to read the email I sent earlier, to take your time and do it. And please contact me if you have any questions on that. Yes. And once again, I point out how we effectively use the county probation crews, which are just invaluable to maintain the city. We use those crews 4 days a week, and for $570 a day, we get a crew of 8 to 10 and a correction services officer, which oversees them. And we usually only have to put 1, maybe 2 of our landscape people working with it. So it's an extreme economy to do that. we continue to do that, and we are doing it, and we're going to continue to do that. And you will see them on Ventura Road working the medians. You will see them in the parks. So they're a vital part of our program, and certainly money well spent to do that. So yes, again, though, we're optimistic that with the class and comp and that we'll be able to fill our vacancies.
Yeah, I'm looking at your email. You're right, and I encourage everyone else to take a good look at it. So the other area that comes up a lot is the reed abatement. Again, it's an area where, for those of us who've been around here for a long time, realize that, you know, we're losing the battle to the reeds, and so we want to see an improvement in that area.
Well, I'm very happy to report that, you know, council approved the contract with Rincon Consultants. They are going through the process, the permitting process. We have to jump through a lot of hoops with Fish and Game, and we're optimistic that before the end of the year, we will have the permit to more aggressively remove the reeds. Right now, only under an emergency permit before a major rain event can I have probation crews go in there and cut the reeds down to the water line. With this permit, we'll be able to remove the roots, which will keep the reeds from growing back as quickly. And we're working on that process. And before the end of the year, we expect to have that permit.
That would be great. I hope it happens before the rains come, if they do come this year. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I see your hands up.
So Mr. Belafonte, I guess as we move on later, you're going to be addressing strictly the park maintenance recommendations, correct?
Once we, I'm going to be working with facilities as far as like the tennis courts. Once we finish the upgrades to the pickleball courts, I'll be collaborating with facilities to see how we can best utilize both our staffs to provide PMs for the courts and other parts of the parks.
Okay, so I guess moving forward, we're going to be talking about the strict, here's where I get confused. It looks like a lot of the positions are under a generic public works, while maybe they're not. Maybe they should be under like strictly a landscape park maintenance section, because it seems like there are two different types of sciences. You know, the hardscape versus, you know, all of the park maintenance. And so you're going to be addressing that a little bit later, or this part of your whole right now, part of your.
Many of the functions of landscape involve equipment and resources that Public Works has. For example, in the email that I sent out, you'll see a backhoe being used. One of our landscape workers is clearing debris from the channel and loading it into the bucket of a backhoe. So Public Works has the machinery that is vital to using in landscape maintenance. So it continues to make sense to have Public Works handle that, because the Public Works has the resources to provide the support in the parks.
Okay.
Okay, do we need a budget? I mean, excuse me.
And I would like to make one more comment going back to the previous slide, though, is we talk about Ann Street and Patterson. Those two capital projects, we have to put together for the state a 5-year plan, and those are in a long-range plan that we report every year to the state, and those are strictly funded with gas tax funds. And I just wanted to make that clear for the council. 80% of the street work, almost all of the street work, is funded through gas tax or SB1 or a transfer of money from solid waste. We get a $300,000 infrastructure transfer every year to streets, because we drive over 99,000 miles on our streets with our heavy trash trucks. And that is the amount that has been determined that should be transferred to streets to handle repair to the streets that are caused by damage by our solid waste vehicles. So almost all of our street work out there, our overlay projects are funded with non-general fund monies.
As part of the deployment of the staff, will you be having lead people at each of the different park sites to kind of develop ownership as far as the daily maintenance of those facilities and needs, or what is your vision?
Well, once we are able to hire a working arborist, lead, or supervisor, that person will be reporting Mr. Cable, and Mr. Cable will be working with that person to oversee and assign people to the various parks. That's something that I will not be personally involved with. Mr. Cable will be handling that, along hopefully with as I said, a working arborist, lead / supervisor.
Okay.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Gama. Mr. Villafane, I understand that you've had problems over the years with filling some vacancies. I'm hoping that you have a plan to work with our Human Resources Department in getting the recruitment out and those positions advertised so we can get those positions filled. Is that on track?
We have multiple vacancies. We've got vacancies in the water division. I came up with a bonus plan for our EIT, electronic instrumentation technician. It's a very competitive market. And two of my fellow public works directors said, Don, it's a tough market for water personnel. You're going to have to steal somebody from another agency. So we've implemented a bonus program. We also came up with an incentive pay. For example, if you've got a backflow certification, we presented this and hopefully it's going to be implemented so that we can recruit and have incentive for people to come here and fill those positions in landscape and in other divisions. We also, we're optimistic that the class and comp will be looking at what other local agencies are paying their landscape people, and that we will be brought up to be competitive with those. But those are things that Human Resources has to be doing. We've given them, I've sent information from other local jurisdictions as far as what they're paying, and hopefully the class and comp will cover that. We worked with HR in providing what other jurisdictions have for incentive pay program, and that was presented. And if that is implemented in addition to the class and comp, I think we can fill these positions. So,
okay. There was an earlier discussion about the need to direct HR or to request HR to engage in recruitment. So I just wanted to make sure that loophole, that connection has been made, and so that it's clear for HR to move forward on recruiting for those positions that are vacant in your department.
Thank you.
One thing I had wanted to mention, I noticed you have here as far as like replanting the medians with drought tolerant material. Is there, and I know it's been brought up before, but what is the plan regarding City Hall and the general landscaping look there? Being that there's lack of bush, there's missing bushes and like, they may or may not even be drought tolerant.
I'm going to let Mr. Cable answer that. He's sitting here with me.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, staff. Right now, we need to contract with a landscape architect to make a determination of what type of plants we're going to put there. City Hall is a central focus for the city, so we can't just put any drought tolerant plants there. So that's going to involve a study, and it's going to have to be looked at. We can't certainly just put any plant there. It has to match a plant palette. That's something we have to work with community development on. We can't have different types of plants everywhere in the city.
So is that a CIP project, or is that the operating budget to do that?
I believe that's in the CIP list project, which it's at the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
So when you say plant pellet, are you talking about trees as well?
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be a real.
It's a big undertaking. Right now we have a landscape design guidelines book. It's about 130 pages and it was developed in the 1980s. So that needs to be updated, but it can't be done by the landscape maintenance division alone. It has to be done in conjunction with community development and planning.
Yeah, I think a particular attention needs to be
the corals
for native trees and plants. Because we are a city of non-native trees and plants. I agree.
Hey guys, I know there's lots of questions and lots of stuff people are wanting to know, but a lot of these questions are not related to the budget process that we're in. And I'm going to be in San Francisco before this meeting's over. So I would appreciate, can we please get through the budget process? I really don't want to be in this budget meeting while I'm in San Francisco.
I support that. I need to get on the road. It's gone twice as long as I expected. I need to get on the road. I have other plans this afternoon. And for now, I'd at least like a restroom break, if we could.
So, sure. But I have a question. How much longer do we have to go? And
That's up to council on the amount of questions. I can certainly continue to make the presentations and ask for consensus.
I don't, Mr. City Manager, so how much further do we have to go to approve this? I mean, I guess we could just approve everything and not have questions. I don't recommend that, but.
I'm not talking about questions related to the actual budget, but some of your questions are going way off topic that don't have anything to do with this process or what we're voting on.
Okay, I'm asking again, how much longer do we have to go? How much longer do we have to go to get through this meeting?
We have 15 more slides.
15 more slides. How many more areas do we have to actually vote on?
We have 10 slides where you will actually have an opportunity to vote.
Okay. Well, let's take a bathroom break and move forward.
Okay, 5 minutes.
You're on mute.
Yes, I tried to buy a bottle of water out of the vending machine and it gave me a quarter, but not a bottle of water. So I'm struggling, but I do got some nuts here, so I'm gonna be good.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Then I will be looking for consensus on the Public Works Engineering Division's budget.
I move approval. Do I have a second?
I'll second it to move this along.
Yes, please.
Need our other
Thank you.
people to participate if you're not here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Gama, Mayor.
I will reluctantly say yes.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez. Not sure if he's rejoined us. Councilmember Perez.
He's going
Can
over the.
you hear me?
It's very broken.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jordan.
You can hear
You guys can't hear me.
Yes or no?
Yes. Y-E-S.
Yes, thank you. We received your yes vote. Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez, are you available for that vote? Okay, I will notate that that's by majority vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving forward to Public Works Streets Division budget.
Yes.
I believe that Donna also talked about the streets budget, so we'll just highlight a couple of the capital items. He already talked about the personnel, but the capital items are the purchase of a compressor, saw cutter, and a crack filling machine in support of the slurry sealing projects, a striping machine in fiscal year 23, and installation of bus stop shelters and upgrades of illuminated street signs. So unless council has any questions that of me or Dawn, then I would ask for consensus on the Public Works Streets Division budget.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Question, are we replacing or buying new equipment?
We are replacing equipment. A lot of the equipment's over 10 years old.
Okay.
Had a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez, I'll give her a minute to maybe chime in, and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Perez, are you able to respond for that vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes unanimously with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Works.
Yes. 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 Yes.
The landscape division. There's a new full-time Public Works supervisor position that we will discuss separately. The planting of medians and parkways with the drought-tolerant materials, which we've already discussed. Filling of existing vacancies in the division is going to be a priority for the department. There, in operations, there are 3 new vehicle leases presented, and in capital, purchase of new lawnmowers in each fiscal year. So if we wanted to address the Public Works supervisor position, independent of the other items within the division. So Dawn, if you wanted to comment any more on that, I do believe you already touched on it, but if you had any other comments you'd like to share with council, if not, then I would think it's up to council for consensus on the budget. Don, did you want to add any other comments?
This is Charles, principal engineer. I just want to say that Don already touched on most of these things. The 3 new vehicle leases are actually replacements for existing vehicles. And the public works supervisor position is for that person would be the city arborist. So he would serve in that role and supervise the landscape crew or lead the landscape crew.
Did we not have an opening for an arborist? I know we had an arborist before that retired.
So we had a lead position that we opened up. We have been unable to fill that recruitment. And they were required to have a ISA certification, arborist certification. So we're looking for a supervisor position with the higher pay that can be a city arborist.
But
That person will be we need them to be a working arborist / lead, and they would be assisting Charles Cable in overseeing the landscape division.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
So besides being an arborist, what other qualifications do you want of this person?
So this person would also would be required to have a spraying license. In Don's email to you earlier this morning, we had our sprayer, the person that would spray, he retired last week. So this arborist would be required to have a spraying license, a Class B license. A lot of the items that's part of the incentive pay program.
And how will he have direct supervisorial or the ability to supervise the on-site staff?
Yes, he'll be responsible for scheduling and assuming responsibility for maintaining the trees and maintenance of the grounds, landscaping, mowing turf, taking care of the ground cover, litter.
Okay.
And those things associated with supervision.
Okay.
I'd like to recommend approval of all the items under the landscape division.
Second.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
No.
Motion passes on a 4-1 vote.
Thank you. Moving forward to special revenue funds, the Public Works also oversees non-general fund funds. Some of those items are presented here. The Transportation Development Act Fund comes from the $0.25 of retail sales tax. In fiscal year 22, there was $150,000 appropriated for bus stops. In the gas tax fund, revenues are estimated at approximately $944,000 in each fiscal year. In both fiscal years, the city will spend approximately $1 million on traffic signal upgrades and the slurry seal of city streets and sidewalk repairs in the public right-of-way. The bike pedestrian path in fiscal year 22 is budgeted $150,000 for sidewalk repairs not in the public right-of-way. Additionally, Public Works oversees the stormwater program. In fiscal year 22, approximately $1.2 million is budgeted primarily for the cured in place pipelining project. Additional amounts are budgeted for ongoing stormwater projects. If council has any questions on any of these items, please ask. If not, we would look for consensus by council on these items presented.
I move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The Public Works Department also oversees the 4 enterprise funds. The water operations revenues are estimated to increase in this budget due to the rate adjustments that occurred in last fiscal year. Revenues are estimated at approximately 7.7 million in fiscal year 22 and 7.8 million in fiscal year 23. We've already discussed the various personnel changes, reclassifications, and certifications. And the capital amounts include the cross-based pipeline as well as emergency water repairs. In the water plant distribution, revenues are estimated at approximately 1.7 million in both fiscal years. Again, we've already talked about these salaries, but increases are anticipated due to the hiring of all authorized positions, which we've touched on as well earlier. In operations, we're estimating a decrease in non-reoccurrence of the water line break, which occurred last fiscal year. In the wastewater operations, revenues are estimated at approximately 3.7 million in both fiscal years. The division will conduct a Prop 218 study related to rates, complete multiple sewer lining projects. In operations, there were no significant changes. In capital, the replacement of the 2005 Vector truck is presented, as well as a closed circuit TV. In the solid waste operations, revenues are estimated at approximately 4.9 million in both fiscal years. The division will begin a residential green waste and organics program. In both fiscal years, there's an increase in capital expenditures associated with the purchase of additional roll-off containers. A green waste truck is also presented in fiscal year 22. With that, if council has any questions, please ask them of Dawn or myself. If not, we would be looking for council consensus on the enterprise fund budgets.
So I'm looking at the water, I believe, on page 148 of the budget booklet. And I'm curious, the revised budget for 2021 was 9.7 million. And then I guess it came in at 6.8 million for the revised estimate. And then the appropriation for 21-22 is 7.8. And then it shoots up to 9.2 for 2023. Is that because of the legislative changes or?
Well, what we're looking at in fiscal year 22 in the water, it's basically in capital, and that's the cross-based pipeline. So that's what you'll see in that $500,000 amount under structures and improvements. In fiscal year 23, there's a $2 million amount in there that we'll be looking at for emergency repairs as well as the cross-based pipeline. Again, as we start to work through the CIP, some of those projects may be realigned as part of the CIP, but specifically the increase is related to the $500,000 and the $2 million. And you'll see a further detail on page 148 of the budget. That is correct, Mayor.
And I'm just curious, does anyone know why it went from the revised budget from 9.7 to 6.8? That's a big swing. Is there a real obvious explanation for that?
The CIP project number 24, the structures and improvements, we anticipated for it to be presented in fiscal year ending 21. As you can see, it did not occur. Those projects are being carried forward and you see them rebudgeted in the subsequent 2 budget years.
Okay.
You can see also.
Thank you.
Excuse me? Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to the assessment districts. The city maintains 3 assessment districts. The first one is the drainage assessment district, and it was formed in 1995 as the purpose being to maintain city parks. In 1997, the district was renamed to the Drainage Maintenance District, and the description was modified to conform with requirements pursuant to Prop 218. The expenditures are primarily associated with the creek maintenance contracts and permits. The lighting assessment district was formed in 1988 for the purpose of maintaining and servicing public lighting facilities owned by either the city or Southern Edison, California Edison, and located within the public right-of-way boundaries of the city. Expenditures continue to primarily be related to utilities. The Parkway Median Assessment District was formed in 1991 for the purpose of installing and maintaining public landscaping in the parkways and medians in the public right-of-way within the city. Expenditures are related to reestablishing planting in medians and parkways. With that, if council has any questions, we'd be more than glad to address them. If not, we would ask for council consensus on the 3 assessment districts.
Like to
I
make
move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to the internal service funds, the city has 2. The first one is the fleet. Yes?
Can I just interrupt you real quickly? I just want to encourage City Council to go to page 171 of your budget book, and you'll see a landscape beachfront, which has, it's a good example of wasted money. And so because it's no longer there, it disappeared, and a lot of money was spent there. So these things have consequences. Sorry for that.
No, of course, thank you. The fleet maintenance is an internal service fund, which includes all the operations required to maintain the city's vehicles. The costs are recovered as presented as an annual user fee type charge to the departments and funds that have vehicle use. Increases in the salaries are associated with filling the vacancy of the second authorized fleet mechanic. In addition, the budget includes additional funding related to anticipated fuel costs. There's approximately $1 million in each fiscal year budgeted. The second internal service fund is risk administration, and it accounts for all the expenses related to the city's general liability, workers' compensation, property, and miscellaneous insurance. As presented on the slide, the budget contains approximately $2 million in each budget year and covers the cost of the various risk policies maintained by the city. Again, if council has any specific questions, we'd be more than glad to address them. If not, we would ask for council consensus on the internal service funds.
Can you walk me through risk management? What page is the risk management? Is this the total risk management expenses for the city?
Yes, it starts on page 176 of the budget.
176.
Correct. It shows you the operational charges at $1,970,000 for the next 2 budget years, fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. There are some internal cost allocations as well. If you look at page 177, it gives you the breakdown of the premiums for each one of the insurance programs. And the total comes down to $1,970,000 for various insurances that the city maintains. So there is a detailed breakdown on.
We're increasing over $300,000 for the next budget year, which started July 1.
That is correct. And you can see that primarily the reason is because in the prior fiscal year, we received an adjustment in our pool, our general liability. There was approximately $400,000 that we received, which reduced our premium amount. That is a non-reoccurring amount.
Right. Was that for the pier restoration, or was it a reimbursement having to do with the beach and the pier and problems?
No, Mayor, those aren't related. Those are based on pool performance and then a return on a premium. That may happen again in the next budget year as well.
We'll see that there is a workers' comp retro adjustment of $95,000, but the most significant is a non-reoccurring amount of the general liability. Again, based on performance in the pool, we might receive a reduction to our premium, and that is not anticipated to reoccur in the 2 budget years.
And that's for liability, not workers' comp?
Correct. that it's not planned on reoccurring. We did receive information already from our workers' comp that the pool amount is receiving $95,000. So we are anticipating that will carry over to the second budget year. If council has any other questions, we'd be more than glad to address them. If not, we would ask for consensus on the internal service funds.
So moved.
Second.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The city also has 4 other related entities: the Housing Authority, the Surplus Property Authority, Redevelopment Successor Agency, and the Housing Successor Agency. So we'll tackle them individually. The housing overall budget is estimated at $5.7 million in fiscal year 22 and $5.5 million in fiscal year 23. The majority of the expenditures are related to the housing assistance payments from the United States Housing and Urban Development, excuse me. Increases in salaries are due to modifying the housing program manager position to a director. We are also asking for a new administrative specialist in this department, so we will want to have that discussion separately. Additionally, in capital, we have proposed window and door improvements at Mar Vista Senior Apartments, and we are also asking for an additional $5,000 in operations. We just received an informal quote for pest control services. In our operations, we had budgeted $25,000. The quote came in at $30,000, so we are asking for an additional appropriation of $5,000 to address that request for pest control at the senior facilities. In the Surplus Authority, it was established in 1993 to maintain and operate, improve, and dispose of federal surplus property and bring it into productive civilian reuse. Governing members of the authority are City Council. Construction of volleyball courts, addition of a swing set at the beach, as well as continued improvements throughout the beachfront are presented. In the Redevelopment Successor Agency, revenues from the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule, otherwise referred to as the ROPS, $2.5 million is anticipated in each fiscal year. Expenses are primarily related to debt service in both fiscal years. This was an adjustment as well. We had debt service presented only for fiscal year 22, but on the adjustment sheet, we picked up debt service in fiscal year 23. In the Housing Successor Agency, the proposed budget contains recommended expenditures of approximately $150,000 related to managing ongoing costs, specifically utilities and repairs. So with that, we can take the administrative specialist separately if you would like, and then we can address the other 4 related entities. If council has any questions or the board members have any questions, we'd be more than glad to address them. For the ongoing expenditures presented, we would be looking for a consensus.
I would like to move approval, and just one note is like this window project hopefully will end in this budget cycle. It's been with us for 3 budget cycles now.
Mayor Gama, does your motion include that administrative specialist position, or would you like to call that separately?
I'd like to include that. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
I'll second. Nope.
I believe I got Councilmember Hernandez for that second, but roll call vote. Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Martinez, are you available for a vote?
Yes. My bad. I thought I spoke. Can you
You're
hear
on
me?
mute. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Perez
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Upcoming funding opportunities, I wanted to be sure to bring to council's attention that there are 3 items that have not been included within the recommended operating budget, but it is important to bring these items to your attention as it is anticipated that these items will be presented to council for consideration during this budget term. The first item is the American Rescue Plan. We will deliver approximately $350 billion to eligible governments to respond to the COVID-19 emergency. It is anticipated that the city will be the recipient of approximately $5.2 million, which the city will implement the expenditure program consistent with guidelines as presented by the United States Department of the Treasury. Additionally, we anticipate the sale of city-owned property to specific sites. The first at 700 East Port Hueneme Road, and the second property is the Market Street property. Thirdly, Proposition 68, the statewide park program, is intended to create new recreation opportunities. Improvements at Bubbling Springs Park and Volker Park will be initiated if funds are awarded. The competitive grant application has been submitted. Approval and award by the state are pending, and we are hopeful that we will hear by fall. With that, that concludes the budget presentation. Before we jump into the capital improvement program, are there additional questions or discussion before we jump forward? I have a recap. I have 3 adjustments that we will be bringing forward to council at this point. The first one is the deletion of the human resource admin specialist, the removal of the business process analyst, and the senior application specialist will be brought forward into fiscal year 22. Those are the 3 items that council has recommended to be changed in the budget, as well as an additional $5,000 into the housing budget for the pest control services. If council has any other questions of staff members, or if there's additional discussion, if not, we can jump towards the CIP.
Just one quick note. On the equipment purchasing through Public Works, I just want to reiterate that there are grants available for electric leaf blowers and lawn blowers, and I think even mowing machines. And as we move forward to be as environmentally clean in our air for our community, I recommend highly that our Public Works looks into those grants where they can provide that equipment to our city free of charge.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We are pursuing those and looking for demos to validate the industrial capability, but also the weight with respect to batteries that they have to carry. But
yeah,
those are.
Yeah,
I have an electric.
Recommend that they talk to the city of Ojai, and I think also the city of Oxnard that's beginning to implement those as references.
I have an electric blower that works really, really good. Batteries aren't that heavy, so yeah, it's pretty nice. If we could go back, I just wanted to make a brief statement about this one-time money that may be coming to the city in the terms of $4.3 million. I really hope that we could really take a hard look at our unfunded liability and consider as a goal to become 95% funded. And I think it's within our reach, but I'm a little bit sad because I've been bringing this issue up since being elected, and we haven't taken any additional moves to better improve our unfunded liability. And just for example, had we taken some moves, you know, the market would have, the market has done very well between now and then. So I just want to make sure that we think about effective uses of that one-time money.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The kind of priority for this first year is to create a fiscal and debt management policy so that all these options are contemplated and automatically assigned when surplus revenues, those type of things are available to us to tackle unfunded liability issues.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, let me just comment, then I'll make one comment before we jump over. On the CIP itself, as originally presented in this budget, it totaled $10.7 million. The project list unfortunately had not been updated and many of the projects had been completed. And that's why you see the adjustments on the sheets that I gave you, adjustment number 5 on the CIP. There are 40 projects which remained outstanding as of June 30th, 2021 in the amount of $7.8 million. So I wanted to bring that to council's attention. So I will now turn the remainder of the presentation over to the city manager. Thank you so much, council.
Do we have a section in our budget book for this?
This particular phase of the budget workshop is really upon a request from council to do a goals and objectives component. Most of the goals and objectives really are associated with prioritization for capital improvements. So this is a phase that is it's mainly for the opportunity for council to discuss priorities, goals and objectives associated with capital improvement planning.
The actual recap, though, is in your budget binder, Mayor, and it's on Roman numeral page 37. At the beginning of the book, it's Schedule 3. As originally presented, it totaled the $10.7 million that I mentioned. It will be revised down to the $7.7 million and then adjusted based on the discussion that you're having at the moment with the city manager.
And just to square this away, there are no approvals associated with the next series of slides. It's mainly for discussion and to look at the initial priority grading and ranking from the variety of different things in the American Rescue Plan, as well as our Parks Master Plan. So we really haven't had a 5-year capital improvement planning process or a 5-year capital plan. So we've been working simultaneously to develop that. And the most important thing is obviously to get a public and council input on what priorities should be applied to this process. So this is a scene setter for type of those things. So capital plan should include capital projects, equipment purchases at certain levels, and also major studies like the general plan, IT master plan, parks master plan. It also could include and will include schedules for construction and completion of these projects so that we can align our resources and our internal talent and our contracting efforts so that all these things completed on time. Obviously, these things need to be financed. And there are some funds that we have available to us that are restricted. American Rescue Plan, I'll go through those restrictions. And we also have park grants, which I'll highlight those in our parks review. From that, we develop priorities. We organize those into groups, we justify them, and we rank those projects so that we can look over a long period of time and then associate those projects to available financing opportunities that we have. Vital projects are one category that are typically associated with the infrastructure and our enterprise funds, but it also gets an emergency response and management and public safety. This particular category, we're not really going to talk too much about. This is really associated with mitigating significant risks to serving the public in those key areas. What we will talk about and have council direction and input is really along the needed projects, mainly are associated with the general fund with regard to parks and our American Rescue Plan. From that, this capital budget will be developed and it would synchronize with the operating budget that we just went through, but also it needs to consider the available resources about the talent and time associated with the nature of some of these things. So the first thing I'd like to go through is our American Rescue Plan. The city has been assigned from the federal government $5.2 million, but the U.S. Treasury has applied very specific guidelines on how this money should be used. And as part of the council engagements, we developed a set of principles and guidance to direct and influence how we apply this one-time resource that needs to be spent over 2 years. We've received half of the $5.2 million already, and a year from now we'll receive the other half. So the big takeaways here: council will approve each appropriation project amount and also which year it's going to be applied. The appropriation project should be a one-time. It should have no tail, maintenance tail, et cetera. So there's no sustainment costs associated. It should not, it should not be a project or appropriation where there is sufficient cover already provided by state and federal funding. It needs to be equitably applied, and easily managed, not necessarily.
Somebody needs to mute their phone or their device.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, there he goes.
When there is, yeah, can we have a mute, please?
Not coming from me.
Anybody in a vehicle, please mute. Okay, where we, when there's a lot of money flowing out of the federal government state, there is the potential for fraud, waste, and abuse. We need to make sure that against that. We want to make sure that we focus on the severely harmed groups that suffer the most during the pandemic.
I'm really having a hard time hearing. Can somebody mute that person who's got their device on? Can the controller or the host mute them?
I will attempt to mute all participants right now except for the city manager. Just give me one moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going through my.
There's still a lot of feedback. Sounds like you're in a jet.
It doesn't show anybody's microphone as on except for the city manager, so I'm not really sure how to fix the background noise. My apologies.
Okay, I'll try to talk over it. Any receiver of any appropriation should be able to demonstrate that they have business group must have residence or place of business. We need a rough order of magnitude cost and find a project value to the project list. It needs to be sent by the and be integrated with the existing staff.
It's very painful right now. Very difficult to hear you. Sorry.
Is there any chance we can reschedule this part of the presentation? This is not working for me. I don't know if anybody else can not hear, but I can't hear anything.
Same here.
Okay. Yes, we can reschedule. I'll try one. It's not recording. Mute.
Sorry, Brad, we didn't really hear anything you said, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can't hear Brad, and I can hear the background noise. I can hear Brad, but I can't hear what he's saying. garbled.
It still does not show that anybody has their mic on other than the mayor and the city manager at times. If anybody's in the car, I might encourage you to disconnect and then try to rejoin the meeting. Otherwise, without being able to hear the city manager, we may be able to provide this portion prior to the budget adoption and just extend the length of our next meeting.
Wait, something good happened, I think.
Hopefully everybody who was in a car
Let's try to
logged
move
off.
on. I think we're good.
Okay. All right. Council provided worksheets on their priorities, and we had really as 4 different categories and then focus areas within those categories. This is how the priority ranking, with 10 being the highest and 1 being the lowest, worked out. At the top of the list was broadband as part of an infrastructure guidance from the U.S. Treasury. Number 2 with youth, social, athletic, and rec programs associated with the mental health and behavior category. Number 3 was small business assistance. And you can see the list as it goes on. At the very bottom end, the last item was infrastructure associated with water. So that's how the council priorities. I'll leave on this slide for a second if council would like to discuss this priority ranking that we've developed for the American Rescue Plan.
City Manager Connors, are you going to recommend, just to get the discussion going, would you say like, okay, take the $5 million and divide it amongst the top 5, or what were you thinking, how to go towards that portion of this?
What staff has done is they've used this list to develop a project list. Some of the projects can offset some of the general fund and some of the enterprise fund elements that we would have to include in the budget for those areas. And then the projects can be fully funded or partially funded as well. Right now, the project list as we've currently developed it and is somewhere around $6.7 million. So it'll have to be trimmed in order to get down to the budget area. So the intention is to approve this priority list, and this is what we're using for guidance right now, and then assign projects and then bring back the entire project list to council and look at each one of them one by one.
I think I've heard other council members identify small business support as something that we'd want to get to. So how is the funds going to be distributed, I guess I should say? Council will decide that and provide guidance to staff. Staff in collusion with council and also some external agencies like nonprofits and some business interests. We've developed projects. Each one of these categories and these focus areas are covered in the project list that we've developed, the draft project list. And so we would bring that to council. And then we would go and look at each project on that list to see if the funding is the right amount, it's at the right priority, what year it would be, and then from that process, council would approve that project list, and then we would start funding it. I'll just one more question, then I'll zip it. So, does this ranking mean that we're going to spend more money on infrastructure than we would on small business and industry? Not necessarily, sir. Like, for example, broadband, we don't have a developed plan to make infrastructure investments in broadband. So one of the projects that has been identified is basically do the analysis, a study to identify and create a roadmap for doing that. It's only $80,000, so that would not be much of a hit towards the American Rescue Plan allocation. So
And some of these others may not have a significant amount of investment associated with one of these focus areas. So you could fund potentially every one of these categories to some degree.
Would you be able, like with the amount of money available, would you be able to take, say, the first top 7 and fund everything that is in that top 7 ranking?
I think there's a couple of what I call high price projects in the draft list that if you remove those would get you below our limit of $5.2 million. And so there's approximately 35, I think, in the draft list that's being developed. So only really removal of 1 or 2 projects could fund each one of them as currently designed in draft form.
And those 2 projects that are they fundable in some other area?
Yeah, there's quite a few projects that have general fund CIP interests. Some are in the parks and recreation areas. Some are in the infrastructure areas for the enterprise funds. And so they have the potential to be offset against general fund costs and enterprise fund costs.
I always wonder if there's some way that you could take kind of the priority scoring and then percentage-wise kind of give the percentage of the money in those areas, and then if there's available money, like for example in Broadway, that's like the #1 issue. So like ideally the most money would go towards that, but we really don't have the ability to spend that. So whatever money can't be spent in these top areas percentage-wise, they just shift down to the next area where maybe there's more expensive stuff because there's more of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to work. I think, can we just let the city manager figure out the best strategy for expenditures? Because if we do that, then you might not get a project fully funded, and then the project doesn't get completed because it doesn't have all the funds. So
yeah, but if we go with the #1 ranking here, that's $80,000 to, as I understood it, to fully fund it.
Right.
So that's like 1.015% of the overall money. So that would be an easy one. Take it off the table, then let's go down the list.
Right. I think that's the plan, right?
Yeah. So
I mean, you have to work based on the project cost.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to make that call when you can't see the projects and what they're costing.
Right. Agreed.
So the draft list is comprehensive. These priority rankings and scores are included, and they have been sent to council for additional projects they may have identified that staff has not. And so when we have that list fully built out, then we will bring it back to council to define exactly how much and which projects council wants to fund according to this ranking system.
So when would that step happen?
It can happen pretty quick. I just wanted to validate that this ranking system is appropriate based on council input and allow council to have discussion if they want to shift any of these priorities.
Well, small business assistance, I think that's I've seen that as a strong need, at least from my end. And it just goes down to the details and how that's spent. Do we need it for, once we've got the general categories, do we then have to further refine what that means?
Well, we have projects associated with that in the draft plan document, but we have received input from council on the draft document. One of them is a dog park that under the mental health and behavior that is more affordable compared to what was in the park master plan. So that would be included in there in addition to what was sent to council. So those are the type of things with council feedback that we will build out a comprehensive list that exceeds the $5.4 million, and then we will whittle it down based on council direction and guidance, so that we can approve it and then move forward on the projects that council ultimately will approve.
I think the list is fine. I know that the small business assistance has been brought up in this discussion a couple of times. But one of the things, I don't know if council knows, but the library, in conjunction, I believe, with the county, and maybe SBA, I'm not sure, city manager can weigh in on this, but they're going to be setting up a small business center at the library that will be staffed and also include computers. So if our list of priorities here is still on small business assistance, maybe we can devote some monies that will supplement or fill any gaps that are not being met by the small business center. So things like that could change how we allocate the funds in that particular category. But other than that, I think I'm fine with the way the list looks now. And I look forward to seeing the list of projects.
I would reinforce that, because the category, there's nothing that's glaring that I think should not be in those, say, top 7 or 8, and it's just a matter of what the actual projects are to tie into it. That's probably going to be where the biggest discussion may go.
And then this priority listing and then the amount available will be useful in kind of determining what the the final project allocations are.
Is there anything else you need from us on this particular slide?
No, that's it. I just wanted to share and just verify and allow council the opportunity to discuss how they pursue this opportunity with the American Rescue Plan.
Okay.
All right. Now we're back into really. I want to focus on parks, because Parks Master Plan had a significant multi-year set of amenities and improvements that are not inexpensive. And in order to do it right, I wanted to make sure that we went through a priority ranking system with council and align that with the public. And I wanted to share the results of that effort so far. The list on parks is really a ranking of priority in terms of investment and capital. The ones that are highlighted in the blue font, Bubbling Springs and Boker, you'll see that throughout the remaining couple of slides here, but both of those parks have grant potential to fund a significant amount of improvements and renovations to the park. So I just wanted to highlight that. But in the ranking system, Wainimi Beach is at the top, then Bubbling, Miranda, Boker, and so forth. I put up the one graphic that came out of our Park Master Plan, which showed what the public survey showed, and it's very consistent with what the council ranking is. And then when you get down to the facilities, although we don't own all of the facilities that we do not own or necessarily have oversight of, are integral to our parks and recreation programming and facilities, and they're included on there for that reason. And the ranking starts with the City Hall. Make this a showplace, I think, is the general theme, especially comments about hardscaping and landscaping improvements have already been mentioned. And then on down the line there. From there, we looked at a park amenity prioritization, and the scores range from 0, which is absolutely never for the city, up through 10 immediately. We can't wait any longer. And so you can see which of those projects in blue are associated potentially with a grant and how much is associated with a grant. And then there's projects that are already underway and being funded. So I just wanted to make sure that I recognize those projects as well. And so the number one priority, and the only one with a 10 score across the board, is the Bubbling Springs Youth Soccer Field. So when we develop our CIP plan, capital budget, that will be clearly the number one priority in the needed category for our investment.
So just a little note, I guess, from the tennis community. I know initially 2 or 3 years ago, it was part of a 3-year plan that they were going to take 2 courts each year and get them all completed, so they spread it out. And is that in this grouping or in another grouping?
It's in another grouping. Just a summary, this total amount of priority 1 and 2 projects is 6.4. If you remove Boca and Bubbling Springs grant, if we get approved for that grant amount, the general fund hit would be only $2.3 million.
And the other, and I guess I always just to clarify, number 1 and number 3, it seems to me they're the same thing a little bit.
Bubbling Springs Youth Soccer Field and the play fields, multi-fields, they are different. They are broken out differently in the Parks Master Plan, and their funding levels are different. The big cost on the Bubbling Springs play fields, multi-fields is really the irrigation costs to redo all of that. So the Bubbling Springs Youth Soccer Field is a much reduced version of the complete playfield complex over at Bubbling Springs.
Of course, in order to keep the soccer field green with grass, you're going to need, I guess, the infrastructure, the irrigation, and all of that. So I don't know. They seem like you joined at the hip a little bit.
Yeah, and for all these projects, this is the kind of the top level. There are multiple things that roll up into this, including irrigation, landscaping, in some cases utilities, those type of things. So there's quite a bit of sub elements. You're just seeing the top level.
Yeah, like tree removal for Bubbling Springs. I mean, there's many trees that would get in the way of a soccer field.
Right.
Of course, I think they were proposing kind of using the flat area there. That's why it threw me off multi-purpose, because the plans I saw were that the the soccer court and the baseball fields are really one and the same. They're just they're repurposed and they're refenced according to the season. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I had seen it. Okay.
So this is the priority 3 list, is basically a medium priority, but sooner rather than later. And when you aggregate these scored rankings in under priority 3, that's a $2.8 million CIP cost. If we receive the grant, 1.3 will go to Boca Park, and then you're left with a general fund balance of 1.5 million. And so when you break these groups into priority groups, and then you have to balance this again, available funding and all those type of things. It basically creates a list with the sequential funding depending on what your financial ability to support these things are. So with the priority 3 projects, there's really, I only have one more slide here. It gets into the priority 4 and 5 projects. and you can see there are some that are already funded. One is the Miranda new tennis court and Miranda repurposing of tennis court that are already underway over at Miranda. And so with the priority 4, we're talking about a medium priority, but later, and then priority 5 is the lowest priority that there is.
So, well, you said Miranda, new tennis court. I have a vision. What is your vision?
Well, it gets back into, again, these numbers are rough order of magnitude costs straight out of the Parks Master Plan. The tennis court program that has been identified through Public Works is a basic replace each one of the courts over time, a year, 2 years, et cetera. We're in phase 1 of that, and we've repurposed one of the courts for pickleball, and we're going to redo one of the courts immediately, right now in this fiscal year.
Okay.
And those are the funding elements. And so this is the priority system that we will use to start to build a comprehensive and integrated capital improvement plan that will span 5 years. The vital projects will probably be mostly coming out of the infrastructure enterprise fund areas, but this will really help the staff develop a capital improvement plan that meets with council goals, priorities, and objectives. So based on this aggregation of priorities associated with the Parks Master Plan, which I know is something very important to council and staff, and that all council is very passionate about, I wanted to share this with you and allow you to discuss and provide staff input.
So some of these things are already happening, right?
Yeah.
That is correct.
So Bobby, Councilmember Martinez has his hands up. Let's let him take the floor.
You guys, I'm actually a couple hours ahead and I have dinner reservations. I'm gonna have to let you guys go soon. And to top it off, I have my battery on my phone already died, and now I'm on my iPad, and my iPad is like running super low. So I don't want to just like get cut off, you know?
Thank you, Bobby. But I would just like to suggest that the council be given a week or two to really digest all this. I think it's really hard for us to have a really productive conversation right now, but perhaps if we had time to kind of contemplate some of these future decisions that we're going to make, that might be useful.
Yeah, and that's fine. We're building out this. All these items will be on a list. It's where they kind of seat in terms of available funding, which will be kind of decided by council. But we just wanted to share what council's priorities were through this this worksheet effort, and give an opportunity for council to discuss this in a public forum as a council.
Like one of the things that I've been thinking about when I saw that the beach park is #1. So trying to balance the left side of the pier with the right side of the pier in terms of hardscape. I mean, I think I would hope that we would all agree that it's got to be, it's got to be of the same look. It can't, we can't go in a dramatically different direction because the die has already been cast with the wall and the walkway along the half of the beachfront. So things like that are going to be something that we have to reconcile. Like, what exactly do we mean when we say the beach area is our top priority?
Yeah, and I think Anna Hanley made a great point, is the control of consistency and kind of the brand of the city with regard to the highest, most visible and most used assets of the city, and that's our park system.
Yeah, and then I want to bring this up so you guys could see it, but this is a photo of a plan that was put in place, and it was a very expensive plan to landscape the beachfront area. And that landscaping has since gone away. And it was a big waste of money. So something to keep in mind, that like whatever decisions we want to make good decisions that are going to have lasting positive impact.
Well, that concludes Finance City Manager and Department Head presentation elements, pending your questions or discussion.
Just want to thank staff for all the hard work in presenting this budget, getting it ready, and answering all our questions. Good job, everybody. Sorry we couldn't approve everything, but I believe next time, it's all in the justification. The better justification you can provide, the better your chances are of getting it approved. So anyway, just food for thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to read, because there was a lot of material come through, and
Thank you.
when we get kind of just short excerpts on each one, then there's a lot of questions, which was the reason why it took a lot longer than we probably all wanted it to take. But
there were other reasons too.
Well, perhaps, but I think a key thing is everybody had questions on certain things that were close to them, and we're spending the community's money, so I think we're responsible to spend it the right way and not just push it by quickly. So I appreciate everybody's effort.
Yeah, and I do appreciate staff's effort, long day. And I also feel like we are being provided with much information, which is sorely needed, and that when we do get down to making decisions about the future, that we really take into effect that the decisions we make are going to have a long lasting impact on this community. And so let's take our time. And we've been given some great resources, the ranking. I mean, it's really cool to see what we all think, but then to walk away and try and figure out how to fund is a difficult challenge. But I think we're in a really good position to make some real positive decisions. With the recovery money, again, we're set up beautifully to be able to take care of all those important areas that we've identified. And so I don't know what the next step is, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have more conversations on these priorities.
So thanks, Mayor. I will print out the CIP slides from this brief and put them in your boxes so that you can consider those things and provide feedback. Finance will take the consensus approvals or retractions from the budget, update that, and then it will be prepared for approval on the 16th of August.
And it won't be a Zoom meeting? Well, keep our fingers crossed.
I think it will be a Zoom meeting.
Oh, there's
Can I move to adjournment, please?
Yes, you may. Maybe we have a second. Was
Second.
that a second or a hand raise?
It's a second. It's a hand raise and a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. We'll see you soon, everybody. Take care.